Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Introduction: The Shadow of Reichenbach. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to The Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, a journey into the very heart of the greatest mind I have ever known. This introductory chapter, The Shadow of Reichenbach, serves not merely as a curtain raiser, but as a somber, poignant invitation into a collection of cases that, at their very core, represent the zenith of my friend's formidable career, and, tragically, his precipitous decline. It is from the reflective vantage point of a man who has witnessed both unparalleled brilliance and profound loss that I now cast my gaze backward, seeking to illuminate the extraordinary life of Sherlock Holmes. My pen, a familiar companion through countless adventures, now trembles slightly, burdened by the gravity of the stories it is about to unfold. These are not just tales of crime and detection, they are fragments of a life, meticulously pieced together, leading inevitably to that fateful chasm, the Reichenbach Falls. To embark on this journey, we must first confront a deeply melancholic truth: these are, in every sense of the word, the final memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. This isn't merely a chapter title, it's a declaration, a stark forewarning etched into the very fabric of our narrative. We begin not with the triumphant fanfare of a hero's rise, but with the quiet, unsettling acknowledgement of his impending, and then presumed, demise. It sets an inescapable tone, a pervasive sense of dramatic irony that colors every recounted exploit. As I, Dr. John Watson, painstakingly reconstruct these events, I do so with the full knowledge of the precipice towards which Sherlock was relentlessly drawn. This narrative choice by the author, and by extension, my own recounting, is a stroke of genius, transforming what might otherwise be a simple chronicle of cases into a profound meditation on mortality, legacy, and the ultimate price of genius. The conceptual explanation of this hook lies in its immediate emotional resonance. It's an explicit spoiler, yes, but one that deepens engagement rather than diminishing it. By informing the reader of the tragic conclusion up front, the narrative imbues every preceding detail, every clever deduction, every seemingly innocuous moment, with a heightened significance. It forces us to read, or listen, not just for the how of the cases, but for the why and the what it led to. We become acutely aware of the ticking clock, the unseen forces gathering, even as Sherlock himself remains, for a time, blissfully unaware of the full extent of the danger he faces. This narrative framework invites a more analytical and emotionally charged experience, moving beyond mere plot progression to a deeper exploration of character and destiny. Consider a practical example of how this finality impacts our perception. When we hear of Sherlock's meticulous attention to a seemingly minor detail in the adventure of the Speckled Band, we don't just admire his intellect, we might also ponder if such singular focus, such dedication to the minutiae of crime, made him blind to the grander, more insidious threats looming on his own horizon. When he dispassionately explains the brutal practicality of a criminal act, we might feel a shiver, wondering if the very cold logic he applies to others' nefarious schemes could be turned, with devastating effect, against him. Each victory, then, becomes bittersweet, each narrow escape a subtle foreshadowing. We are constantly reminded that his brilliance, while saving countless lives, cannot, in the end, save him from the one adversary who truly understands and mirrors his intellect. Why it matters, this initial, somber framing matters profoundly because it elevates the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes from a mere collection of stories to a tragic epic. It transforms Sherlock from a perpetual victor into a destined, if noble, figure caught in the grand sweep of fate. It allows us to appreciate the true magnitude of his achievements against the backdrop of an ultimate, personal sacrifice. It cultivates a unique form of narrative tension, where the enjoyment of each. The introduction of Moriarty, even in hints and allusions within the early cases, serves to establish the ultimate stakes. It signals that this collection will culminate in a clash of titans, a confrontation that transcends mere law enforcement and enters the realm of philosophical warfare. The very mention of his name sends a ripple through the narrative, a chilling reminder that an unseen, vastly powerful adversary is gathering his forces. Conceptually, the teasing of Moriarty works as a brilliant device for escalating tension. It is the literary equivalent of a growing storm cloud on the horizon. Each successful resolution of a case, each clever capture of a villain, feels less like a complete victory and more like a skirmish in a larger, unseen war. Moriarty's presence is felt even when he is absent, his shadow lengthening over London's underworld. This strategy transforms the individual stories into mere chapters in a grander, overarching narrative of ultimate conflict. It builds anticipation for the revelation of this master criminal, making his eventual physical appearance, and the subsequent deadly encounter, all the more impactful. We are constantly reminded that there is a puppet master pulling strings, a mastermind whose reach extends far beyond what can be immediately seen. For a practical example, consider how references to Moriarty might be subtly woven into an early case in these memoirs. Perhaps Sherlock uncovers a crime of extraordinary cunning, one whose intricate planning suggests a mind beyond the typical criminal. He might then utter a cryptic remark about a looming shadow, or a web spun by an unseen spider, or mention that the threads of this particular mischief seem to lead to a darker loom than usual. I, as Watson, might record his unease, noting how a rare flicker of genuine apprehension crossed Holmes's usually impassive features, after a particularly complex case. Or, perhaps a minor villain, when apprehended, might display an unusual degree of loyalty or fear towards an unnamed figure, hinting at a higher power. These subtle touches, these whispers of a greater evil, serve to build the legend of Moriarty long before he steps fully into the light. The listener is primed to recognize the signs, to feel the growing unease, to anticipate the moment when the king of all criminals finally shows his hand. Why it matters, the teasing of Moriarty is absolutely critical because it provides the ultimate antagonist for Sherlock Holmes. It elevates the conflict from a series of episodic crime solving to a grand narrative of good versus evil, intellect versus malevolence. Moriarty is the foil that truly defines Sherlock's genius, pushing him to his absolute limits. Without a worthy adversary, Sherlock's brilliance would lack its ultimate proving ground. The build-up ensures that when the confrontation finally arrives, it feels earned, inevitable, and devastatingly significant. It transforms the final duel at Reichenbach into more than just a fight. It becomes a symbolic struggle for the soul of Victorian London, a battle between order and chaos, reason, and unfettered ambition. It gives the entire collection a profound sense of purpose and a truly unforgettable climax. Finally, The Shadow of Reichenbach fundamentally establishes the enduring theme of pure logical deduction versus the chaotic nature of human crime. This is the intellectual battlefield upon which Sherlock Holmes operates. His method is one of rigorous observation, meticulous analysis, and unwavering adherence to reason. He seeks to impose order on disorder, to find the underlying patterns in seemingly random acts of violence and deception. Human crime, by its very definition, often springs from passion, irrationality, and the unpredictable impulses of the heart. Yet, Sherlock believes that even in the deepest mire of human depravity, a logical thread can be found, a pathway to truth illuminated by the lamp of reason. This fundamental tension, this constant struggle, is what gives Sherlock's investigations their intellectual heft. What do their clothes tell you about their profession or social standing? Are their shoes worn in a particular way? Is their bag or briefcase scuffed or pristine? Do they carry any specific items, a particular newspaper, a unique piece of jewelry, a travel mug? From these observations, attempt to deduce 3 facts about their life, perhaps their occupation, a hobby, or their likely destination. Are they married? A student? A professional? A tourist? Then, formulate one question you would ask them to confirm or refute your deductions. You will never ask the question, of course, but the act of forming it forces you to refine your logical chain. This exercise hones your ability to build hypotheses from limited data and to identify key indicators of character and lifestyle, much as Sherlock would from a client's attire or demeanor. Our third exercise is the conversational anomaly detector. During your next casual conversation, pay close attention not just to the words being spoken, but to the subtle cues that might indicate something else. Does their tone of voice shift when a particular subject comes up? Do their eyes dart away? Do they fidget with an object? Is there a slight hesitation before they answer a simple question? Are there inconsistencies between their verbal statement and their body language? This is not about suspicion, but about developing an awareness of the deeper currents of human communication. Sherlock was a master at reading people, at detecting the unsaid in the said. This exercise helps you to perceive the nuances of human interaction, to recognize when emotional truths might be bubbling beneath the surface of polite discourse, providing you with a deeper understanding of human nature, a cornerstone of effective deduction. Finally, the narrative reconstruction challenge. After reading a short news article or listening to a brief anecdote from a friend, try to reconstruct the sequence of events backward. Start from the reported outcome and logically infer the preceding steps. What must have happened for this outcome to be possible? What assumptions are being made in the report? Are there any missing links or logical leaps? This is the very essence of Sherlock's retrospective analysis. He takes a crime and works backward to the perpetrator and motive. This exercise trains your mind in causal reasoning, allowing you to identify logical gaps and strengthen your ability to build a coherent narrative from fragmented information. It teaches you to question the presented facts and to seek out the underlying mechanisms that connect cause and effect. By engaging in these mental exercises, you are not just preparing yourself for the intellectual challenges within the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, you are actively participating in the spirit of detection that defines my remarkable friend. You are training your mind to see the world not just as a series of events, but as a complex web of interconnected clues, waiting to be unraveled by a keen eye and an even keener intellect. As we journey through these stories, remember the somber realization of their finality, cherish my nostalgic recounting, anticipate the looming shadow of Moriarty, and always strive for the pure logical deduction that was the hallmark of Sherlock Holmes. The stage is set. The shadow lengthens. Let the memoirs begin. Chapter 1, The Curious Incident, Silver Blaze. Chapter 1, The Curious Incident, Silver Blaze. Welcome, astute listeners, to a journey into the remarkable mind of Sherlock Holmes, a mind perpetually seeking truth, often in the most unexpected corners. Today, we embark on an exploration of one of his most iconic and insightful cases, a case that doesn't just entertain but fundamentally alters how we perceive evidence. We're diving deep into Silver Blaze, a masterful tale from the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, not merely to recount the narrative, but to dissect a profound principle Holmes so brilliantly championed, the monumental importance of what does not happen, of the negative facts. It's an idea that, once grasped, transforms your observation skills, your analytical capabilities, and your very understanding of how the world truly operates beneath its surface. Imagine for a moment, you're looking for something. Perhaps your keys. You check your usual spots, the counter, the hook by the door, your bag. They aren't there. That absence, that not being there, is a negative fact. Now, consider how often in life we dismiss these absences, these silences, these non-events as inconsequential. Sherlock Holmes, however, saw them as glittering nuggets of truth, often more revealing than the most blatant occurrences. He understood that sometimes, the dog that doesn't bark tells the most compelling story. This chapter, Silver Blaze, is the quintessential illustration of this very principle. It forces us to confront our ingrained biases towards positive evidence, towards what is present and obvious, and instead, to train our minds to scrutinize the voids, the gaps, the curious silences that hold profound meaning. Let us now immerse ourselves in the initial tragedy that sets the stage for Holmes's remarkable deduction. The racing world, a realm of high stakes and fervent passion, is thrown into disarray by a shocking double incident. Silver Blaze, a magnificent stallion, renowned and widely favored to win the coveted Wessex Cup, vanishes without a trace from its stable at King's Pyland. Simultaneously, its dedicated trainer, John Straker, is discovered brutally murdered. His body lies lifeless on the moor, a deep wound in his skull, inflicted, it seems, by a sharp instrument, a lethal blow delivered in the dead of night. The scene is one of immediate, overwhelming chaos. The stable staff are in a panic, their faces etched with fear and confusion. The owner, Colonel Ross, is beside himself with grief and anxiety, the financial and emotional implications of losing both his star horse and his loyal trainer pressing down upon him. The local police, naturally, are called in, their initial investigation focusing on the obvious, the immediate, the tangible. They search frantically for the horse, they meticulously examine Straker's body for clues, they question everyone remotely connected to the stable from stable boys to rival jockeys. They look for signs of struggle, for dropped items, for footprints in the muddy ground. These are the positive facts, though what did happen? A horse is missing. A man is dead. These are concrete, undeniable events, forming the bedrock of any criminal inquiry, the loud clamor that demands immediate attention and action. Conceptually, this initial stage represents the critical accumulation of primary evidence, the establishment of the known variables. It's about meticulously gathering all the directly observable data points, documenting every tangible aspect of the crime scene. We observe the missing item, the broken window, the forced lock. We note the presence of certain individuals, the conspicuous absence of others. These are the immediate, visceral facts that scream for attention, the loud, insistent cries that demand immediate action. This is where every detail, no matter how small, is logged and recorded, forming the foundation of the case. Think of it in a real-world scenario. You come home to find your front door ajar, a window shattered, and your valuable laptop gone from your desk. These are undeniable, positive facts. The door is open. It provides the crucial context for identifying what doesn't fit, what should have happened but didn't. Without knowing that a horse is missing and a man is dead, the absence of a barking dog would hold no significance, it would simply be an uneventful night. This initial data collection, therefore, is not just about understanding what happened, but about rigorously setting the stage for the revelation of what didn't happen. It grounds the investigation firmly in reality, preventing wild tangents, baseless speculation, and ensuring that any subsequent deductions are built upon a solid, factual foundation. Now, as the police pursue the most obvious lines of inquiry searching for a nefarious outsider, a rival trainer, or a disgruntled stable hand, Sherlock Holmes arrives on the scene, his keen eyes scanning not just what is present, but what is conspicuously absent. He absorbs all the stated facts, the frantic reports, the detailed accounts of the murder. Yet, his brilliant mind isn't merely cataloging the events in a linear fashion. It's sifting through them, weighing them, cross-referencing them, and, most importantly, noticing the peculiar silences, the expected occurrences that simply didn't occur. He looks for the dissonant notes in the symphony of facts. This brings us to the pivotal moment, the very heart of Holmesian deduction in this case, a moment that has reverberated through literature and problem-solving methodologies ever since. Inspector Gregory, a competent but conventional officer, asks Holmes if there's any other point to which he would like to draw attention. And Holmes, with that characteristic twinkle of deep insight, responds, to the curious incident of the dog in the night time. Gregory, confused by this seemingly irrelevant observation amidst such dramatic events, replies, "The dog did nothing in the night time." And Holmes, with a subtle, knowing smile, confirms, that was the curious incident. This exchange is a conceptual masterclass, a powerful reorientation of perspective. It shifts our focus entirely from the dramatic events, the missing horse, the brutally murdered trainer, to something seemingly mundane, something that didn't happen. The conceptual explanation here is simple yet revolutionary in its impact. The absence of an expected event can be, in itself, a profoundly powerful piece of evidence. It's about looking beyond the noise, beyond the immediate spectacle, and listening intently to the silence. It's about recognizing that in certain contexts, silence isn't merely an empty space, it's a profound statement, an eloquent indication of a hidden truth. A guard dog, housed near valuable property, near its master, a creature known for its vigilance, should react vocally to an intruder. Its non-reaction is a glaring deviation from the norm, an anomaly screaming for a deeper explanation. Let's illustrate this with a real-world example, far removed from the moors of Victorian England but equally pertinent. Imagine a state-of-the-art data center, meticulously monitored by a complex network of sensors designed to detect any unauthorized access, any breach in security, any unusual network activity. One night, a critical server experiences a significant data exfiltration incident. The immediate investigation focuses on logs showing malicious IP addresses, unusual file transfers, and altered configurations. These are the positive facts, the barking dogs of the digital world. However, a truly insightful investigator, applying Holmes's principle, might also ask, what didn't happen? Did the intrusion detection system fire an alert? Did the security cameras in that specific aisle register any motion? Was there an alarm triggered on the physical access door to the server room? If all these expected security measures failed to trigger, if they remained silent despite a severe breach, that very silence becomes a critical piece of evidence. It suggests a bypass, an internal compromise, or perhaps even a sophisticated attacker who knew precisely how to remain undetected by the very systems designed to. The silence of these expected security alerts, much like the silence of the dog, points directly and powerfully to an insider, someone with legitimate access, or at the very least, someone who possessed detailed knowledge of how to navigate the system without triggering its numerous alarms. Why is this level of deduction critical for our understanding of criminal investigation and problem solving? Because it demonstrates the extraordinary power of inferential reasoning from negative evidence. It's not about finding a smoking gun in the traditional, visible sense, it's about finding the absence of a smoking gun where one should have been present, and then meticulously understanding what that absence implies about the nature of the event. This is where truly insightful analysis differentiates itself from superficial investigation. It forces us to consider the underlying dynamics of a situation, the relationships between subjects and objects, and the expected behaviors within a given context. By understanding precisely why the dog didn't bark, we gain a crucial insight into the nature of the interaction that occurred, allowing us to bypass misleading red herring theories about external attackers and redirecting our attention to a far more confined, specific pool of suspects. This level of deduction allows us to narrow down possibilities with incredible precision, transforming a seemingly intractable mystery into a solvable puzzle. It teaches us to ask not just what happened, but why didn't something happen that should have, and then to follow that why to its logical and often surprising conclusion. Finally, we arrive at the culminating deduction, the brilliant leap that ties all the pieces together into an undeniable conclusion: the criminal was someone known to the dog. This conclusion, elegant in its simplicity, yet profound in its implications, is a direct and unassailable result of synthesizing the negative fact, the dog's crucial silence, with the known, predictable behavior of guard dogs, their instinct to bark ferociously at strangers. Conceptually, this is the application of conditional logic in its purest form. If X is true, an unknown intruder approached, then Y should occur, the dog would bark. Y did not occur, the dog did not bark. Therefore, X must not have been true, it was not an unknown intruder. Rather, Z is true, it was someone familiar to the dog. This transforms an observation about an absence into a definitive statement about identity. It's a powerful exercise in elimination and inference, where the lack of one type of expected evidence becomes overwhelming proof of another. It's a masterful reversal of expectations. Let's extend our real-world examples to emphasize this point. Imagine a high-security bank vault. It's protected by multiple layers of sophisticated security, a heavy steel door, pressure sensors on the floor, laser grids that crisscross the interior, vibration detectors on the walls, and a state-of-the-art alarm system. If someone successfully breaches this vault and empties it of its contents, and yet none of these alarms, not a single one, triggers, the logical deduction is not that an incredibly stealthy external thief managed to bypass everything undetected. Instead, the logical deduction is that the person either had intimate, insider knowledge of the system to meticulously disable all the alarms, or they had legitimate access and were therefore not classified as an intruder by the system itself. The silent alarms, the comprehensive absence of any security alerts, point not to a superhuman external thief, but inexorably to someone operating from within, or with profound, institutional assistance. The lack of the expected, layered alarms, in this context, entirely eliminates the possibility of a purely external, brute force attack and narrows the focus dramatically to those with privileged information or access. Why does this matter so much? This final deduction is the ultimate demonstration of how negative facts can lead to a definitive identification, even in the absence of tradition. If an investigator, or anyone attempting to solve a problem, only looks for positive, tangible evidence, footprints of an intruder, a dropped weapon, signs of forced entry, a specific data error log, they might entirely miss the profound significance of the absence of these things. If there are no signs of forced entry where there should be, given the nature of the crime, that is not an empty finding, it is a powerful piece of information, a negative fact. The mistake is in limiting the scope of inquiry solely to positive evidence, to the barking dogs, thereby ignoring the vast potential of negative evidence to inform, guide, and ultimately lead to the correct conclusion. It's like trying to understand a complex story by only reading half the sentences, or trying to diagnose a problem by only looking at the working parts. 5. Underestimating context. The significance of a negative fact is always, without exception, intricately tied to its specific context. The dog not barking at an unknown person approaching a stable it guards is profoundly significant. The same dog not barking at its owner entering the stable at midday is, by contrast, entirely unremarkable and holds no investigative value. The mistake is applying the observation of an absence without fully understanding the environment, the established norms, the expected behaviors, and the relationships within that specific setting. Without understanding the specific context of a guard dog specifically trained for vigilance in a stable containing a valuable racehorse, the curious incident loses its power and becomes a mere triviality. Always meticulously consider the full picture of the environment, the participants, and the established patterns in which an absence occurs, for context gives silence its voice. Mental exercises for the listener. to truly internalize the profound lesson of Silver Blaze and to cultivate the powerful skill of perceiving and interpreting negative facts, I invite you to actively engage in a few mental exercises in your daily life. These aren't just thought experiments, they are practical ways to rewire your observational and analytical pathways, transforming your perception of the world around you. 1. The what didn't happen game. In everyday life, throughout your day, make a conscious effort to become aware of events that didn't occur but reasonably could have, or even should have, given the circumstances. For instance, when you walk into your kitchen, notice that your pet didn't rush to greet you. Why didn't it? Is it sleeping more soundly than usual? Is it outside? Or perhaps it's upset about something you did earlier. When your phone doesn't ring at a time you expect a call from a particular person, don't just dismiss it as a non-event. Actively consider why. Was the person busy? Did they forget? Or did something unexpected prevent the call entirely, and what might that be? This seemingly simple exercise, practiced consistently, hones your sensitivity to absences, training your brain to register them as data points rather than just empty voids. Extend this to public spaces. Why didn't that car signal a turn before changing lanes? Why didn't the person in front of you react to a loud noise? Each non-event holds potential information if you learn to listen to its silence. 2. Reverse engineering common scenarios. Choose a common, routine daily event, such as a visit to a coffee shop, a trip to the grocery store, or commuting on public transport. Now, try to mentally construct all the things that didn't happen during that event but would be unusual, problematic, or unexpected if they did. The barista didn't spill your coffee. The credit card machine didn't malfunction. Another customer didn't cut in line in front of you. The bus didn't break down in the middle of traffic. For each of these non-occurrences, consider what that implies about the smooth, efficient functioning of the system, the adherence to social norms, or the general competency of the individuals involved. Then, flip it. What if the barista had spilled your coffee? What? Chapter 2, Masks and Markets, the Yellow Face and the Stockbroker's Clerk. Welcome back to the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. In our previous discussions, we marveled at the sheer brilliance, the almost supernatural insight of the world's greatest consulting detective. We saw him untangle knots of crime that baffled Scotland Yard, his logic a gleaming sword cutting through deception. But what happens when that sword, however sharp, strikes an unexpected obstacle? What if, just occasionally, the usually infallible Sherlock Holmes stumbles? This chapter, Masks and Markets, delves into two profoundly different yet equally illuminating cases, the Yellow Face and the Stockbroker's Clerk. Here, we explore the intricate dance of hidden identities, the cunning layers of deception, and, crucially, the rare, humbling moments of Holmes's fallibility. It's a journey that teaches us not just about the criminals he pursues, but about the very nature of human perception, the biases we all carry, and the absolute necessity of intellectual humility, even for a mind as towering as Holmes's. These stories, seemingly disparate, collectively offer a profound meditation on how appearances can mislead, how deeply personal secrets can shape our world, and how even the most acute observer can misread the subtle cues of the human heart. They remind us that truth often wears a disguise, sometimes tragic, sometimes elaborate, and that beneath every calculated move or desperate plea, lies a story far more complex than initial impressions suggest. So, let's peel back the layers together and truly understand the lessons embedded within these fascinating narratives. Our first stop takes us to the quiet, domestic tragedy of the Yellow Face. Here, Holmes is presented with a puzzle that, at first glance, seems to scream infidelity and blackmail. Grant Munro, a respectable gentleman, is tormented by the appearance of a mysterious, pale yellow face peering from an unused room in a cottage near his home, a cottage recently rented by his wife, Effie. Effie herself exhibits strange, secretive behavior, making late-night visits to the cottage and displaying an unusual protectiveness about its contents. Holmes, listening to Munro's distraught account, synthesizes the facts with characteristic speed. He theorizes a sinister secret. Effie, a widow with a history of marrying quickly, might be harboring a previous, illicit connection, perhaps a first husband, believed dead, now a return to blackmail her, kept hidden in the isolated cottage. The yellow face, he deduces, is a grotesque mask worn by this shadowy figure, perhaps a former lover or a vengeful ex-spouse, meant to terrify or conceal identity during these furtive meetings. This initial theory, built on solid deduction and circumstantial evidence, feels utterly compelling. Holmes articulates it with his usual confidence, even sharing it with Watson, an almost unheard-of pre-revelation. He arrives at the cottage, expects to find a blackmailing scoundrel behind a mask, and dramatically tears away the mask only to reveal a young black girl. It is Effie's child from her previous marriage in America, a marriage to a black lawyer, a secret kept out of fear of social ostracization and her new husband's potential disapproval. The mask was the child's actual face, seen through a grimy window, and the secrecy stemmed from a mother's profound love and protective instinct. Holmes was wrong. Utterly, fundamentally wrong, not in his deductions about secrecy, but in his interpretation of the human motivations driving it. The truth was not sinister, but deeply, tragically human, born of societal prejudice and a mother's desperate fear for her child's acceptance. This case stands as a stark reminder of the inherent danger of confirmation bias and the seductive power of a coherent, yet ultimately flawed, narrative. Holmes, in his usual method, collected a series of disparate facts: a secretive wife, a rented cottage, a mysterious face, late-night visits, emotional distress. He then constructed a logical framework that connected these dots, forming a compelling story of blackmail and hidden pasts. The problem wasn't his logical capacity, but his starting assumptions, perhaps subconsciously influenced by prevailing societal norms regarding scandal or hidden secrets. He sought a complex, criminal explanation when a far simpler, profoundly human one lay beneath the surface. He built a beautiful, intricate edifice of deduction, but it rested on a foundation of misinterpretation regarding the emotional truth. This highlights that while facts are objective, their interpretation is always filtered through our own experiences, our understanding of human nature, and even the cultural lens we wear. The yellow face, to Holmes, represented a deliberate act of concealment or menace, a tool of deception. In reality, it was simply a child's face, observed imperfectly, shrouded in a desperate mother's secret. It's a powerful lesson in stepping back and questioning not just the evidence, but the very framework we use to understand it. Consider a modern-day scenario. A project manager notices a key. This requires dismantling some of their own work, rethinking core assumptions, and potentially going back to the drawing board for that specific workflow. It's a painful, resource-intensive process, but failing to do so would result in a product that users reject, ultimately leading to greater failure. The ability to pivot, to admit we were wrong about how users would interact with this, is not just a sign of humility, but a strategic imperative for success and continuous improvement. Acknowledging errors is absolutely crucial for personal and professional growth, and it underpins the very fabric of progress. In any field, from medicine to engineering, from law to personal relationships, the refusal to admit a mistake can lead to catastrophic consequences. In medicine, clinging to an incorrect diagnosis can be fatal. In engineering, ignoring design flaws can lead to structural collapse. In personal relationships, an inability to say I was wrong erodes trust and prevents reconciliation. For Holmes, this moment of admission, however brief, solidifies his status not just as a brilliant mind, but as an honest one. It teaches us that true expertise isn't about never making mistakes, but about the speed and grace with which one recognizes and corrects them. It fosters a culture of learning, where failures are seen as opportunities for insight rather than shameful events to be hidden. Moreover, it builds credibility. When we see someone, especially an authority figure, admit their fallibility, it paradoxically increases our trust in their overall judgment, as we understand they are committed to truth above ego. It's a cornerstone of critical thinking, demanding that we constantly re-evaluate our positions and remain open to new information, even when it challenges our deeply held convictions. It empowers us to learn, adapt, and ultimately, to make better decisions in the future. From the nuanced, emotional depths of the yellow face, we pivot now to a case that, while equally steeped in deception, showcases Holmes's meticulous attention to detail and his unparalleled ability to dissect an elaborate criminal conspiracy. This is The Stockbroker's Clerk, a story that moves from the quiet, private anguish of a domestic secret to the bustling, cutthroat world of London finance and the cold calculation of a professional swindle. Here, The masks are not physical, but psychological and professional, worn by individuals meticulously crafting an illusion. Our client is Hall Pycroft, a young, ambitious stockbroker's clerk who has just been offered an incredibly lucrative position with the reputable firm, Mawson and Williams. However, the circumstances surrounding this offer are bizarre, almost theatrical. He is intercepted by a man claiming to be a representative of the firm, a Mr. Pinner, who guides him through a series of increasingly strange encounters. Pycroft is asked to write down confidential client information in a strange, temporary office, and then to observe a bizarre charade involving another man, Mr. Leverton, purportedly another member of the firm, who suddenly appears and engages in a series of strange antics. The entire setup feels wrong, unsettling Pycroft enough to seek Holmes's intervention. This case is a masterclass in how an elaborate ruse can be constructed, not to hide a truth, but to distract a man from his own office, his own professional life, and his own common sense, creating a smokescreen of legitimacy while a far more sinister plot unfolds in the background. It is a testament to the ingenuity of criminals and the sheer nerve required to execute such a complex deception. The genius of the plot in The Stockbroker's Clerk lies in its multi-layered misdirection. It's not just about a simple lie, it's about creating an entire fabricated reality designed to occupy the target's attention and remove them from the scene of the actual crime. The concept here is what we might call active displacement or immersive illusion. Instead of merely giving Pycroft a false address, the perpetrators build and elaborate. He deduces Pycroft's professional standing and his current state of mind. This isn't guesswork, it's a systematic application of observational principles, an acute awareness of how the world leaves its imprints on individuals. This remarkable skill is rooted in the concept of signifiers, small, often overlooked details that act as tangible evidence of past actions, environmental interactions, and personal habits. It's about understanding cause and effect in the physical world. A person's clothing, posture, gait, skin, fingernails, and even the subtle wear and tear on their possessions, all tell a story. Holmes doesn't just see a pair of shoes, he sees the journey those shoes have undertaken. He doesn't just see mud, he sees the type of terrain and the effort to clean it. The conceptual framework involves 1. Acute observation, noticing details others miss. 2. Pattern recognition, connecting observed details to known patterns of human behavior or environmental conditions. 3. Contextual analysis, interpreting details within the broader context of the individual's known circumstances and profession. 4. Deductive inference, drawing logical conclusions about unobserved past events based on the observed signifiers. This is not about grand leaps of intuition, but rather a disciplined, almost forensic examination of the mundane, turning everyday wear and tear into a chronological record. Every crease, every smudge, every subtle discoloration becomes a data point in a personal history. Imagine a doctor meeting a new patient for the first time. Before the patient even speaks, the doctor might observe several things. Perhaps the patient's hands are rough and stained, suggesting manual labor or hobbies involving dirt. Their posture might be slightly stooped, indicating a back problem or long hours hunched over a desk. Their eyes might be bloodshot with dark circles underneath, implying sleep deprivation or stress. A faint smell of disinfectant might cling to their clothes, suggesting a recent visit to another medical facility or perhaps employment in a healthcare setting. None of these observations are conclusive on their own, but collectively, they start to paint a picture. The doctor isn't just seeing a person, they are seeing a narrative unfolding through physical markers. From the type of calluses on the hands, to the way they move their head, to the subtle lines around their mouth, a skilled observer can deduce profession, recent activities, lifestyle habits, and even emotional state, all before a single word of medical history is exchanged. This observational skill, honed through experience, allows for more targeted questioning and a quicker understanding of the patient's overall situation, leading to more effective care. The ability to deduce a person's recent history from their appearance matters profoundly because it unlocks a deeper understanding of the world around us and the individuals within it. In an era saturated with information, this skill enables us to sift through surface-level presentations and grasp underlying realities. For professionals, whether in law enforcement, medicine, sales, or education, it enhances their effectiveness by providing crucial, unspoken context. A salesperson might understand a client's hesitation by observing their nervous habits. A teacher might discern a child's home struggles by noticing their worn clothes or distracted demeanor. Beyond professional applications, this skill cultivates a heightened sense of situational awareness in everyday life. It allows us to be more empathetic, to recognize when someone might be silently struggling, or to identify potential risks or opportunities that others overlook. It empowers us to read the unspoken language of the physical world, transforming us from passive observers into active interpreters of human experience. It teaches us that attention to detail is not just a quirky hobby, but a powerful tool for connection, understanding, and informed decision-making. It's a testament to the idea that the world is constantly communicating with us. If Chapter 3, The Origin Story, the Gloria Scott. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey not merely through the pages of a book, but into the very genesis of a legend. Today, we peel back the layers of time, venturing far beyond the familiar gas lamps of Baker Street, to a period when the name Sherlock Holmes was yet to resonate with the thrill of unsolved mysteries. This is a crucial chapter, for it concerns nothing less than the origin story of the world's greatest consulting detective, an illuminating exploration of his formative years, his intellectual awakening, and the pivotal case that set him on an unparalleled path. We are about to uncover the very first investigation undertaken by the young Holmes, a case shrouded in the mists of university life and the long shadows of a forgotten past. It is a tale that reveals not just the nascent flicker of his genius, but the profound emotional and moral complexities that would forever shape his understanding of justice and human nature. Prepare to step back into the quiet halls of academia, where an unexpected friendship and a chilling secret would conspire to forge the iconic mind we know so well. Our narrative begins by shifting the timeline significantly, transporting us back to the vibrant, yet often solitary, youth of Sherlock Holmes. Before the dear stalker, before the violin, before the meticulous organization of a vast criminal database, there was a university student, brilliant and eccentric, yet still finding his way. It was during his time at university that Holmes, typically aloof and intellectually isolated, encountered Victor Trevor. This friendship, perhaps the only genuine one of his early life outside of Watson, was a significant departure from his usual detached observation of humanity. Trevor was a robust, amiable young man, possessed of a natural charm and a physical prowess that stood in stark contrast to Holmes's lean, cerebral intensity. Their initial connection was accidental, a shared moment of relief after Holmes's terrier was saved from a beating by Trevor. This seemingly minor incident, a brief act of kindness, blossomed into an invitation to spend the summer at Trevor's family estate in Norfolk. It was here, in the idyllic countryside, far from the academic cloisters, that Holmes was afforded a rare glimpse into a different kind of life, one that would, ironically, plunge him into his first real encounter with the labyrinthine depths of human deceit. Conceptually, this meeting with Victor Trevor underscores the profound impact of unexpected connections. For Holmes, whose mind was already a finely tuned instrument of logic and deduction, Trevor represented a bridge to the more emotional, relatable aspects of human existence. Trevor's father, a justice of the peace and a seemingly upright pillar of the community, fascinated Holmes. He possessed an unusual mixture of education and coarseness, a rough diamond whose past hinted at unspoken narratives. Holmes, with his burgeoning observational skills, noted the subtle inconsistencies, the nervous twitch, the occasional flash of something wild in the older man's eyes. These were the early stirrings of the detective's instinct, the first instances where he applied his unique analytical lens not just to abstract problems, but to the living, breathing enigmas of character. This period, characterized by a nascent friendship and an intriguing new environment, was a crucible for the young Holmes, offering him raw data on the human condition that no textbook could ever provide. In a real-world practical example, think of any moment in your own life where a seemingly innocuous encounter with someone different from yourself opened your eyes to a new perspective or a hidden complexity. Perhaps you met someone who, despite their public persona, harbored a secret talent, or a past trauma that subtly influenced their every interaction. Imagine observing a new colleague who, on the surface, appears perfectly conventional, yet their reactions to specific topics, their choice of words, or even their posture, hint at a deeper, unrevealed story. Just as Holmes keenly observed the nuances of Mr. Trevor Sr., the robust frame belying a nervous disposition, the intelligent conversation punctuated by moments of unease, we too, in our daily lives, are presented with countless opportunities to practice the art of observation. It is about moving beyond surface-level assumptions and engaging with the subtle cues that reveal character and history. This practice, often dismissed as mere curiosity, is the foundation of genuine understanding and, in Holmes's case, the bedrock of detection. Why it matters: this initial friendship and the subsequent exposure to the Trevor family dynamic are foundational. They reveal that even the most brilliant minds require external stimuli, real-world examples, to hone their craft. Holmes wasn't born a fully formed detective. He was shaped by experiences, by people, and by the challenges they presented. This period highlights the importance of stepping outside one's comfort zone, of engaging with individuals who may seem disparate from one's own intellectual pursuits. It underscores that empathy, or at least the ability to understand human motivations, however dark, is as crucial to solving mysteries as pure logic. Without Trevor, Holmes might have remained an academic recluse, a master of abstract reasoning but devoid of the practical grounding necessary to navigate the treacherous currents of human crime. This chapter humanizes Holmes, showing us that even the greatest intellects are products of their environment and the people they encounter. It illustrates that the seed of detection was planted not in a laboratory, but in the heart of a complex human drama, witnessed through the eyes of a young man on the cusp of his destiny. The story intensifies dramatically with the decoding of a cryptic message, an event that directly precipitates the tragic death of Trevor's father. After Holmes's summer visit, he receives a bewildering note from Victor. Mr. Trevor Sr., after receiving a coded message, has fallen into a profound state of distress and physical decline. Holmes, utilizing his burgeoning deductive powers, is presented with a series of numbers and then a seemingly innocent message about Brazil nuts and game. It is the combination of these two, coupled with his observations of the elder Trevor's peculiar characteristics and his knowledge of ciphers, that allows him to crack the code. The numerical sequence, 704, 281, 287, 86, 307, 237, 234, when translated by Holmes using a simple book cipher known to Trevor Sr., spells out a chilling warning: danger. Send for God. Two dogs in the same kennel. Hold tight. This terrifying message, a relic from a long-buried past, instantly brings. Years pass. Armitage builds a new life as Trevor Sr., achieving respectability and wealth, always haunted by his past. The decoded message is from Beddoes, who, having survived and recently emerged from prison, has come to collect his due, blackmailing Trevor Sr. This history reveals the true burden of Trevor Sr.'s past and the source of his nervous, troubled disposition. Conceptually, the Gloria Scott represents the inescapable nature of past actions, the long reach of justice, and the profound moral compromises individuals make under duress. It's a narrative about identity, reinvention, and the fragile veneer of respectability that can be shattered by a single ghost from the past. Holmes learns that people are often not who they seem to be, and that deep beneath the surface of an upstanding citizen can lie a history of violence and moral ambiguity. The prisoner's ship itself is a powerful metaphor for confinement and the desperation it breeds, a microcosm of society's darker impulses. The mutiny isn't just an act of violence, it's a testament to the brutalizing effects of the penal system and the fight for survival at any cost. This detailed backstory provides Holmes with his first profound lesson in the complexities of moral culpability and the enduring psychological scars of crime. He understands that even those who escape the letter of the law can remain prisoners of their own conscience and the memories of their deeds. For a real-world example, consider the narratives of individuals who have assumed new identities after conflicts or major societal upheavals. Think of people who escaped war-torn regions and built entirely new lives in foreign lands, severing all ties to their past. While many do so for noble reasons, there are also cases where individuals with criminal histories or complicity in unsavory acts successfully reinvent themselves. The stories of former Nazi officials who lived quiet, respectable lives in South America for decades, only to be unmasked by relentless investigative journalists, offer a stark parallel. Or consider the phenomenon of witness protection programs, where individuals are given new identities to escape retribution, highlighting society's acknowledgement of the necessity of such breaks from the past, even if the past sometimes involves serious transgressions. The constant threat of exposure, the fear that one day a face from the past, a letter, or a chance encounter will unravel everything, is a powerful and very real psychological burden. The Gloria Scott saga encapsulates this universal human struggle with identity and the relentless pursuit of consequences. Why it matters. The Gloria Scott episode is absolutely pivotal because it grounds Holmes's theoretical understanding of crime in a tangible, deeply human drama. It teaches him that crimes are not abstract puzzles but events born from desperation, greed, and moral failing, often with long-lasting and devastating repercussions. This case instills in him the understanding that the law, while vital, does not always capture the full measure of justice or the nuanced motivations behind human actions. He witnesses how a man, seemingly good, could have a past irrevocably stained by violence, and how that past, like a shadow, will eventually catch up. This narrative informs Holmes's later career, giving him an invaluable perspective on the intricate web of human relationships, the corrosive power of secrets, and the profound psychological impact of a criminal past. It explains why Holmes often delves beyond the mere facts of a case, seeking to understand the character, the history, and the hidden motivations of those involved. The Gloria Scott is more than just a case, it's a foundational text in Holmes's personal library of criminal psychology and human fallibility. It's here that he first truly grasps that every action has a history, and every secret has a cost. And finally, we arrive at the profound impact this specific case had on Sherlock Holmes, illustrating precisely how it inspired him to pursue detection as a. Chapter 4, History's Puzzle, The Musgrave Ritual. Welcome back to the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Today, we delve into a truly extraordinary case, one that powerfully illustrates Holmes's unparalleled intellect, his eclectic knowledge, and his profound ability to connect disparate fragments of information. We're about to unravel history's puzzle, the Musgrave Ritual, a captivating narrative where a centuries-old riddle, long dismissed as a mere quirky family tradition, proves to be the highly precise key to an ancient secret. This isn't just a detective story, it's an archaeological excavation of the recent past, performed with the surgical precision of logic and the unwavering guidance of mathematical principles. It's a vivid demonstration of how leveraging the deep currents of history and the precise language of mathematics can unlock riddles that have confounded generations. It proves that sometimes, the past isn't merely a collection of faded memories, but a living enigma waiting for the right mind to decipher its intricate code. Prepare to witness the elegant dance between abstract thought and concrete reality. Imagine, if you will, the serene atmosphere of an old English country estate, where tradition is observed with almost religious fervor, and life unfolds according to established, centuries-old rhythms. Into this seemingly unchanging world, baffling disruptions occur, threatening to unravel the very fabric of continuity. This is precisely the setting for our exploration, where a peculiar family secret, whispered through countless generations in the innocuous guise of an odd little rhyme, suddenly ignites a dramatic crisis. This isn't merely a frantic search for a missing person, it's a profound deep dive into layers of time, using keen observational skills as a magnifying glass and rigorous calculation as a guiding star. It's about the exquisite beauty of connecting seemingly unrelated dots across vast stretches of time and circumstance. Our story commences with Reginald Musgrave, a figure embodying the very essence of Old English aristocracy, deeply rooted in the traditions and the rich history of his ancestral estate, Hurlstone. Musgrave is initially presented as an old college acquaintance of Watson's, and later, the perplexed client who brings this intricate problem to Holmes. He is a fascinating blend of meticulousness and an almost reverential devotion to his lineage, a custodian of his family's heritage down to the most minute and peculiar customs. His eccentricity is not overt madness, but rather a deeply ingrained pattern of behavior, a profound respect for the past that dictates his present actions. His life is a carefully curated museum of his ancestors. His meticulously ordered domestic world begins to fray with the successive disappearances of two pivotal household staff members, Rachel Howells, a maid described as quick-witted and possessing a volatile temperament, and then, more perplexingly, Richard Brunton, the estate's highly intelligent and indispensable butler. To compound the mystery, a seemingly insignificant, age-worn document, the very Musgrave Ritual itself, vanishes from Musgrave's private study. To any casual observer, these events might simply appear to be a straightforward case of petty theft and runaway servants, perhaps fueled by some clandestine romantic entanglement. But Holmes, with his characteristic ability to perceive the deeper currents beneath the surface, immediately recognizes that more profound forces are at play. So, What makes Musgrave's character and this unfolding situation so pivotal to the eventual solution? Conceptually, Musgrave stands as the quintessential archetype of the old-world aristocrat, bound by the chains of tradition. His distinct eccentricity lies in his rigid adherence to ancestral rituals, even those he doesn't fully comprehend, simply because they form an immutable part of his family's historical narrative. This very strictness, paradoxically, blinds him to the ritual's true, practical nature. His domestic upheaval transcends mere staff disappearances. It signifies the violent disruption of a painstakingly ordered life, where every single cog in the household's intricate machine has a designated, unchanging position. The theft of the ritual, which he regards as nothing more than a curious family relic, is the unmistakable signal that a problem far deeper than simple human drama has erupted. To draw a real-world practical parallel, consider a dedicated curator who fastidiously catalogs ancient artifacts based solely on their provenience and aesthetic value, perhaps overlooking an obscure inscription that hints at a hidden, deeper purpose. They might perceive an intricate device as merely an ornamental piece, precisely because their framework of understanding is limited to preservation rather than active interpretation. Imagine an old family that, for centuries, has meticulously performed a peculiar arrangement of items on their mantelpiece every single Christmas Eve, never once questioning the why, only knowing with absolute certainty that it's always been done this way. Then, a new, sharp-witted housekeeper arrives, her curiosity piqued by this strange. But now, imagine if that very same deed was instead crafted as a poetic verse, where the ancient crooked oak vigilantly watches, and the stone sentinel silently sleeps, then where the parched vein of the land once flowed. If the underlying mapping function of this poetic version were to be completely lost, it would undoubtedly devolve into nothing more than a quaint piece of local folklore. Another potent example lies in children's playground rhymes or intricate games that, when meticulously deconstructed, are found to contain remarkably practical advice or veiled historical references, their original context now completely forgotten by the generations who recite them. Or, more contemporarily, consider the popular activity of geocaching, where a series of cryptic clues, often cleverly woven into rhyme, meticulously guide participants to a hidden container. The Musgrave Ritual is, in its very essence, an extraordinarily elaborate, centuries-old instruction set for what we might call a historical geocaching. Why does this matter so profoundly? It matters because it unequivocally demonstrates the critical importance of rigorously re-evaluating our foundational assumptions. What initially appears to be nothing more than an old wives' tale, or a quaint, perhaps even silly, family quirk, can in fact be a meticulously preserved, utterly vital piece of actionable data. Holmes, unlike Musgrave, does not dismiss it as mere superstition. He treats it with the utmost seriousness, as a complex text awaiting decryption. He applies the full weight of his logical rigor to something traditionally relegated to the realm of the illogical or the fantastical. This chapter powerfully teaches us that context reigns supreme, and that sometimes, the most profoundly impenetrable mysteries are those hidden in plain sight, ingeniously disguised by our own entrenched preconceptions. It is a formidable lesson in the indispensable skill of critically analyzing information, irrespective of how mundane, trivial, or outwardly fantastical it may initially appear on the surface. This brings us to what many consider the very zenith of Holmes's deductive brilliance, his ingenious and precise use of trigonometry and the behavior of shadows to accurately locate the hidden treasure. This is the precise moment where the abstract, almost poetic words of the ritual undergo a magnificent transformation into concrete, measurable quantities, and undeniable spatial relationships. The ritual's remarkably precise references, the sixth from the first, which Holmes correctly interprets to mean September, specifically the sixth month counting from March, over the oak, and under the elm, are not mere decorative flourishes, they are, in fact, absolutely specific, unambiguous points of reference in both time and three-dimensional space. Holmes, with his characteristic acumen, deduces that over the oak refers to the sun being directly above the specific, ancient oak tree at a particular moment. Where was the shadow? Under the elm then indicates the exact spot where the shadow of a particular object, illuminated by the sun, would fall in relation to the now vanished elm at that precise juncture. But which shadow, and of what? Holmes astutely realizes that it refers to the shadow cast by a specific object on the oak, or rather, the precise length of a particular shadow cast by a designated object at a very specific time of day and year. Brunton, the intelligent butler, had initially made a brilliant deduction by using a long pole, correctly surmising that the ritual referred to the height of the oak tree. Holmes, however, takes this insight a crucial step further. He understands that the phrase "where was the sun?" over the oak is not about the sun's zenith, but about a specific time of day when the sun's relative position to the oak would create a uniquely identifiable shadow pattern. He then meticulously inquires with Musgrave about the specific historical date on which the ritual was ceremonially performed by the family. Musgrave recalls that it was traditionally Ob. Holmes himself describes him as possessing a head that would have adorned a judge's bench, a man of formidable mental capacity. He is educated, acutely curious, and, most crucially, he independently deduces the true, hidden meaning of the Musgrave Ritual. He is a formidable opponent, a man who cracked the code without Holmes's aid. Brunton's fatal flaw is a dangerous combination of intellectual arrogance, a deeply ingrained sense of entitlement, and ultimately, an overwhelming, corrosive greed. He perceives the ritual not as a quaint, harmless family tradition, but rather as an unequivocal key to unimaginable wealth and a potential, dramatic escape from his rigidly defined social station. He attempts to decipher the ritual entirely on his own, firmly believing he can successfully claim the treasure for himself. He cunningly involves Rachel Howells, the emotionally vulnerable maid, in his increasingly elaborate scheme, ruthlessly exploiting her desperate affection for him to his considerable advantage. However, his burgeoning arrogance leads him to callously discard Rachel once he believes he has achieved his objective, revealing his truly selfish and manipulative nature. This brutal rejection, coupled with his ultimate discovery of the treasure's location, precipitates a violent confrontation with Rachel within the hidden vault. This climaxes in his accidental, yet ultimately self-inflicted, death when a massive, heavy stone slab, previously used to conceal the treasure's entrance, tragically falls and traps him. Rachel, in her ensuing grief, panic, and overwhelming despair, seals him within the vault, then flees the estate in terror. Conceptually, Brunton dramatically represents the inherent dangers of ambition left unchecked and the profoundly destructive power of betrayal. He serves as a powerful, dark foil to Holmes, vividly demonstrating what can transpire when extraordinary intelligence is tragically divorced from a robust moral framework. His tragic, agonizing end functions as a stark and unyielding warning about the dire consequences of manipulating others and relentlessly pursuing personal gain at any cost. It also acutely highlights the intricate and often cruel social dynamics of the Victorian period, where exceptional intelligence in an individual of a lower social class could be both an extraordinary gift and an agonizing curse, frequently leading to aspirations that the rigid societal structure was simply not prepared, or willing, to fulfill. He glimpsed a glittering path to upward mobility and prosperity, but in his haste and hubris, he chose the treacherous, deceitful path of illicit gain. A compelling real-world practical example can be drawn from historical accounts of a trusted advisor or a brilliant scholar within a royal court who uncovers a deeply guarded secret, perhaps a hidden lineage to the throne or the location of a forgotten royal treasure, and then attempts to leverage this knowledge for immense personal power and enrichment, only to be ultimately exposed, caught, and suffer a dramatic, tragic downfall. Or, consider the countless stories of gold prospectors who, upon striking a rich vein of precious metal, are almost immediately consumed by a virulent greed, leading inevitably to fatal disputes and betrayals among their companions. Brunton's deeply human story echoes these timeless narratives. A gifted man who ventures too close to a forbidden secret, his judgment utterly blinded by the tantalizing potential reward, and who is ultimately consumed by his own intricate, self-serving machinations. It is a classic, enduring cautionary tale of how innate human weakness, coupled with overwhelming ambition, can catastrophically undermine even the sharpest, most formidable intellect. Why does this matter so profoundly? Brunton's deeply human story adds an absolutely vital layer of intense human tragedy and profound moral complexity to what could otherwise be perceived as a purely intellectual, abstract exercise. It masterfully transforms a historical puzzle into a living, breathing, emotionally. It powerfully underscores the profound, often overlooked truth that history is not simply a static collection of dusty, inert facts, but rather a dynamic, living tapestry interwoven with countless clues, patiently waiting for the astute observer to meticulously weave them into a coherent, compelling narrative. It serves as an enduring reminder that the greatest, most profound mysteries are often cleverly hidden in plain sight, ingeniously protected not by elaborate, impenetrable locks or cunning guards, but by the very simplicity of their disguise and the limiting confines of our own ingrained preconceived notions. And, perhaps most significantly, it champions the indomitable power of a truly keen intellect, meticulously sharpened by vast knowledge and boundless curiosity, to effortlessly pierce through the opaque veil of centuries and ultimately uncover the long-lost secrets that lie patiently beneath. It is a timeless testament to the enduring, universal fascination with Sherlock Holmes, a man who consistently sees not merely what is explicitly presented, but what could be, what must be, and then proceeds to prove it with an undeniable, irrefutable logic that leaves no room for doubt. Thank you for joining us on this deep, illuminating dive into the Musgrave Ritual. We hope this exploration has not only entertained but also inspired you to look for the hidden patterns and meanings in the world around you. Join us next time as we continue our enthralling journey through the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 5, Countryside Violence, The Reigate Squires. Welcome back, listeners, to another engrossing chapter from the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Today, we delve into Chapter 5, Countryside Violence, The Reigate Squires. This narrative showcases critical areas of detective work, the power of handwriting analysis, the psychology of joint crimes, and Holmes's ingenious methods to extract truth. It's a story taking us from London's streets to the tranquil, yet dangerous, rural England. We'll explore how even in quiet corners, ambition, greed, and desperation can breed chilling violence. Prepare to examine the art of deducing character from scribbles, and to understand culpability when more than one hand is involved. This chapter isn't just about solving a crime, it dissects the human elements, using Holmes's observational skills and understanding of criminal psychology. We witness how a small detail, a scrap of paper, unravels deceit woven by respectable individuals. The stage is set, let us uncover the dark secrets beneath the picturesque surface. Our journey begins with Sherlock Holmes in convalescence. Relentless professional demands, ceaseless intellectual exertion, and countless sleepless nights had brought the great detective to physical collapse. Dr. Watson, his steadfast companion, prescribed enforced rest. Holmes, despite formidable mental resilience, was mortal. The chosen retreat, tranquil countryside, a place for recuperation, far from London's criminal enterprises. This recovery, however, was not destined to be restful. Conceptually, this setup highlights the human element of genius. Even extraordinary minds require respite. For Holmes, the countryside was meant for unwiring and mending. It illustrates a crucial aspect of high-performance professions, recognizing burnout and seeking rejuvenation. Without it, intellect dulls, judgment clouds. Holmes's exhaustion underscores his dedication and vulnerability, making subsequent brilliance more remarkable. It shows formidable intellects operate within physical limits, pushing them too far leads to breakdown. This device places him in an unusual setting, grounding the character in a relatable human experience. A practical example of this recuperation need isn't confined to fiction. Consider skilled surgeons performing long operations. Their mental focus must be absolute, physical precision unwavering. Without rest, fatigue sets in, leading to slower reaction times, impaired decision-making, and errors. The same applies to air traffic controllers or software engineers. Extended high-stress work without breaks diminishes performance. Pilots face strict flight time limits due to severe fatigue risks. Holmes's breakdown mirrors modern occupational health discussions, emphasizing even genius requires sustainable practices. Why it matters: Holmes's recuperation humanizes him, making him relatable. It also sets the stage for demonstrating his capabilities even when not at full strength, showcasing his detective instinct. More profoundly, it underscores a universal truth: sustained high-level performance is unsustainable without self-care. For anyone aspiring to excellence, understanding work and rest rhythms is paramount. Ignoring exhaustion signs, physical or mental, can lead to catastrophic consequences. It's a reminder that even brilliant minds are biological, needing recovery. This foundation allows appreciation for the resilience required to dive into a new mystery when batteries are low. No sooner had Holmes settled into his rural idyll than tranquility was shattered by violence. The Cunningham family, local gentry, fell victim to a brutal burglary escalating into murder. An elderly coachman was killed, valuables stolen. This plunged Reigate into fear. No ordinary theft, its brazenness and deadly outcome spoke of sinister motive. Local constabulary, accustomed to minor issues, found themselves out of their depth. Holmes's arrival, even diminished, became the community's only hope, a beacon of logic in panic. Conceptually, this crime introduces the central mystery. It presents a classic setup, a robbery-murder where, conceptually, handwriting analysis takes center stage. Holmes isn't merely reading words, he's reading writers. He examines slant, pressure, character formation, spacing, baseline alignment, fluency. The torn note from two individuals suggests collaborative effort, an argument turning deadly, shared authorship of an incriminating document. Distinct script differences, even fragmented, allowed Holmes to deduce two individuals involved in the note's creation, thus in the crime. This method moves beyond content analysis into behavioral forensics, using physical traces to infer actions and identities. It's about seeing the individual within ink strokes, understanding their unique signature even under attempted disguise or with fragments. Every action leaves an indelible trace, if one knows where to look. A practical example: real-world handwriting analysis is pervasive in legal, historical contexts. Forensic document examiners routinely verify signatures on wills, contracts, financial documents. They analyze minute details, tremor, speed, pressure, letter form, connections, to confirm authenticity or identify forgeries. In historical research, graphologists attribute anonymous letters by comparing script to known samples. Determining if a ransom note was written by a suspect involves comparing their known handwriting. While conscious effort can alter writing style, underlying motor habits are difficult to suppress, especially under duress. These minute deviations are what experts exploit to link a document to its author. No two people write exactly alike. Why it matters: the torn note's significance and Holmes's analysis cannot be overstated. It demonstrates forensic science's profound power to uncover truth beyond conventional policing. It teaches that crucial evidence can be found in unassuming, fragmented forms. More broadly, it highlights unique identifiers. Like fingerprints or DNA, handwriting serves as a subtle, powerful signature. This case also delves into joint crime psychology. When multiple individuals are involved, their actions leave overlapping, distinct traces. By separating and analyzing these imprints, the handwriting, Holmes unraveled their collaboration, roles, and guilt. Even in conspiracy, individual identities remain discernible to the keen observer, unraveling the whole. The note became a silent witness, its marks a language Holmes translated into justice. Now, with the vital clue of the torn note, Holmes needed action. He deduced the culprits: younger Cunningham, Alec, and his associate, the elder Mr. Acton. But knowing wasn't enough. Court proof was essential. This led to Holmes's audacious entrapment, feigning a physical collapse. He pretended overwhelming illness, dramatically collapsing in the suspect's presence, creating a medical emergency. This calculated performance aimed for a specific reaction. As Watson rushed to him, Holmes subtly directed Watson to drop the torn note near one suspect. The murderers, believing Holmes incapacitated and fearing the damning evidence, instinctively reached for it, attempting to destroy it. In that moment, their guilt was unequivocally revealed, not by confession, but by involuntary, incriminating action. Conceptually, this maneuver showcases Holmes's profound understanding of human psychology, especially guilty parties under pressure. He created a controlled environment where suspects felt an urgent need to protect themselves by interacting with crucial evidence. The feigned collapse served as a distraction, diverting attention from the note and creating opportunity. It exploited criminals' self-preservation instinct, their fear of exposure overriding caution. This is a classic psychological trap. Bait is the evidence, trap is involuntary confession via action. It highlights Holmes's willingness to use unconventional means for justice, showing breakthroughs come from understanding emotional triggers, not solely logical deduction. He compelled them to betray themselves. A practical example: psychological entrapment in investigative techniques. Undercove. Chapter 6, Locked Rooms and Crooked Paths, The Crooked Man. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Today, we delve into Chapter 6, Locked Rooms and Crooked Paths, The Crooked Man, a case that, for its sheer audacity and unexpected turns, stands as a testament to the master detective's unparalleled faculties. Imagine, if you will, the seemingly impregnable fortress of a locked room. A space sealed off from the world, yet within its confines, a life is extinguished. How does a killer enter? How do they escape? The very notion defies logic, mocking our conventional understanding of crime and consequence. But for Sherlock Holmes, such paradoxes are not obstacles, they are invitations. Invitations to look beyond the obvious, to scrutinize the minutiae, and to uncover the invisible threads that connect the most disparate elements of a mystery. This chapter, my friends, is a masterclass in seeing what others merely look at, a profound exploration of how the silent testimony of tracks and the subtle signs of the animal kingdom can unlock the most impenetrable of human enigmas. It challenges us to broaden our perceptions, to consider the unconventional, and to recognize that truth often walks on unexpected paths, sometimes even on four paws. Let us first dissect the core of the mystery, the untimely and perplexing death of Colonel James Barclay. We find him deceased within his study, a room not merely locked, but secured from the inside, presenting the classic, infuriating conundrum of a locked room mystery. His wife, Nancy, lies unconscious beside him, discovered in a state of profound shock and distress. Initial appearances suggest a domestic tragedy, perhaps even a struggle culminating in a heart attack for the colonel, or something far more sinister. The police, quite understandably, are baffled. How could an intruder gain access to such a fortified space? The windows are latched, the door bolted from within. This scenario is the epitome of the impossible crime, a narrative trope that has captivated storytellers and baffled detectives for centuries. A conceptual explanation for this impossible crime lies in the art of misdirection and the manipulation of perception. The human mind is inherently biased towards what it expects to see. When presented with a locked room, our first assumption is always an external force, a magical disappearance, or perhaps a secret passage. Holmes, however, teaches us to question not just the obvious, but the very premises of our observations. He understands that a locked room can be merely a stage prop, a carefully constructed illusion designed to send investigators down blind alleys. The perpetrator, in these instances, often relies on the victim's familiarity with their environment, leveraging it against them. The internal security features of a room are designed to keep outsiders out, but what if the outsider was never outside to begin with? Or what if the method of entry or exit was so unconventional that it defied immediate categorization? To offer a real-world practical example, consider the myriad ways a locked room might be compromised without a key or overt forced entry. Perhaps a window was indeed opened and relocked from the outside using a wire or a cleverly designed tool. Or an accomplice, hidden inside before the room was secured, departed through the very means that appear impossible to an external observer. In the case of Colonel Berkeley, Holmes meticulously scrutinizes every latch, every bolt, every surface for even the faintest aberration. He examines the angles of the furniture, the position of the body, the state of the colonel's clothing, seeking the microscopic narratives that scream volumes to a trained eye. He does not just see a locked door, he sees a door that was locked, and then critically questions by whom and when. The apparent impossibility is often a cloak for the exceedingly simple, or the profoundly complex, depending on the perpetrator's ingenuity. Why it matters, this foundational challenge to our perception is crucial, not just in detective work, but in problem solving across all disciplines. It forces us to shed our preconceptions, to avoid the immediate rush to judgment that cripples genuine inquiry. If we simply accept the initial premise, the room was locked, therefore no one could enter, the investigation grinds to a halt. Holmes demonstrates that true insight comes from dissecting the obvious, by asking not just what happened, but how could it appear to have happened under these seemingly impossible conditions. It teaches us the invaluable lesson of critical thinking. The most astonishing truths are often hidden in plain sight, veiled by a thin curtain of assumed impossibilities. It is a clarion call to look harder, to question deeper, and to never settle for the first, most comfortable explanation. The immediate baffling nature of the locked room is compounded by a truly peculiar piece of evidence: strange animal tracks found at the scene. These are not the paw prints of a common household pet, nor the tread of human footwear. Holmes identifies them as belonging to a mongoose. Now, the presence of a mongoose in a Victorian English home is, to say the least, highly unusual. This detail immediately shatters the conventional framework of the crime, pushing the investigation into an entirely different, and frankly, more exotic dimension. The animal's sudden appearance introduces an element of the unexpected, an outlier that, for any other investigator, might be dismissed as an irrelevant eccentricity. But for Holmes, such an anomaly is a beacon, a signpost pointing towards a truth obscured. A conceptual explanation for the significance of these tracks lies in the principle of anomaly detection. In any complex system or crime scene, irrelevant data abounds. The skill of a detective, or indeed any analytical mind, is to differentiate noise from signal. An unusual element, one that doesn't fit the expected pattern, is often the most potent clue. The mongoose tracks are not merely a curiosity, they are a disruptor. They challenge the assumption that this was a purely human-centric crime. It's a reminder that personal histories are not static, they are dynamic forces that can erupt into the present with devastating force. Why it matters? This aspect of the case is profoundly significant because it expands our understanding of motive beyond immediate gain or passion. It introduces the complex interplay of history, betrayal, and long-term psychological impact. It forces us to acknowledge that justice, or vengeance, can be a slow-burning fuse, patiently waiting for the opportune moment. It underscores the profound human need for redress, and how the denial of justice can lead individuals down dark, self-destructive paths. More broadly, it serves as a powerful reminder that societies and individuals cannot simply bury their pasts, particularly those stained by injustice. The echoes of history will inevitably resurface, often in unexpected and violent ways, demanding to be heard and reckoned with. It compels us to consider the full human narrative behind a crime, not just the isolated act itself, but the entire tapestry of a life, and indeed, the lives of nations, leading up to that singular, tragic event. Perhaps the most unsettling revelation in The Crooked Man is the profound moral ambiguity surrounding Colonel Berkeley. He is initially presented as the victim, brutally murdered in his own home. However, as Holmes peels back the layers of deception and carefully constructs the true narrative, we discover that Berkeley, far from being an innocent party, was in fact the villain of the past. He betrayed Henry Wood during the Indian Mutiny, condemning him to years of suffering and disfigurement, all to save his own skin or advance his own interests. This twist fundamentally reconfigures our understanding of the crime, transforming a simple murder into an act of delayed justice, or perhaps, vengeance. The victim was not blameless, he was merely reaping what he had sown decades prior. A conceptual explanation for this moral inversion lies in the idea that appearances can be profoundly deceiving, and that narratives of good and evil are rarely as straightforward as they seem. Society often rushes to label individuals as victim or perpetrator based on the immediate circumstances, without delving into the deeper historical context. Holmes challenges this simplistic dichotomy. He demonstrates that a person's current status victim of a crime does not absolve them of past transgressions, nor does it automatically paint their killer as purely evil. The Crooked Man sought a confrontation, not necessarily murder, but the culmination of years of suppressed rage and suffering. Berkeley's death, though a criminal act, is framed within a larger narrative of karmic retribution, making the audience question where their sympathies truly lie. As a real-world practical example, consider cases where individuals who committed atrocities decades ago are finally brought to justice, perhaps for war crimes or human rights abuses. When these individuals, now aged and seemingly harmless, are arrested, the public reaction is complex. Some view them as victims of a vindictive prosecution, while others see it as belated justice. This mirrors the moral quandary of Colonel Berkeley. Was Henry Wood's act justifiable vengeance for a life ruined, or was it still a cold-blooded murder? The law, of course, would classify it as the latter. But our moral compass, our sense of fairness, struggles with such a clear-cut distinction when presented with the full weight of Berkeley's past actions and Wood's immense suffering. It forces us to confront the limitations of legal justice in addressing deep-seated moral wrongs. It is a stark reminder that human actions exist on a spectrum, and the labels we apply often fail to capture the full complexity of human experience and motivation. Why it matters, This profound exploration of moral ambiguity is arguably the most impactful lesson of The Crooked Man. It serves as a powerful antidote to simplistic narratives, urging us to look beyond the surface, to question who truly holds the moral high ground, and next, try the reconstruct the scene exercise. Imagine a common scenario you might encounter: two people having a heated discussion in a public place, or a friend arriving at your door looking disheveled. Instead of accepting the immediate visual, try to reconstruct the preceding events. What clues about their previous activity can you deduce from their clothing, their expressions, their tone of voice, or any objects they carry? What does their disheveled appearance suggest? Where might they have come from? What interaction might have led to their current emotional state? This practice sharpens your ability to infer cause and effect, to build a story from fragmented observations, much like Holmes pieces together the life of the Crooked Man from scattered clues and distant memories. Finally, let's tackle the moral compass challenge. When you encounter stories in the news, in literature, or even in casual conversation where there is a clear victim and perpetrator, pause and deliberately invert your perspective. Ask yourself, what might be the hidden story of the perpetrator? What historical grievances, what unseen injustices, what profound suffering might have led them to this point? Conversely, what hidden flaws or past actions of the victim might complicate the narrative of their blamelessness? This isn't about excusing criminal behavior, but about developing a more nuanced, empathetic, and critically informed understanding of the complex motivations that drive human action. It cultivates the ability to look beyond the surface, to resist simplistic judgments, and to appreciate the intricate moral landscapes that define our shared human experience. By regularly exercising these mental muscles, you too can begin to see the hidden patterns and unspoken truths that Sherlock Holmes so masterfully uncovers in every case, including the profound and haunting tale of the Crooked Man. Chapter 7, Minds and Brothers, the Resident Patient and the Greek Interpreter. Welcome back to our continuing exploration of the ingenious mind of Sherlock Holmes, a journey that peels back the layers of Victorian London's most intriguing mysteries. In this 7th chapter of our deep dive into the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, we step into a fascinating duality, encountering not one, but two captivating cases that challenge the very fabric of our understanding of human nature, ambition, and the intricate dance of familial genius. Here, we delve into The Resident Patient and the Greek Interpreter, a pair of tales that not only present gripping criminal puzzles but also introduce us to a character whose intellectual prowess rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of the great detective himself, his brother, Mycroft Holmes. Prepare yourselves, for we are about to navigate the treacherous waters of paranoia, the silent struggles of coercion, and the dazzling, yet often dormant, brilliance of an extraordinary mind. We will unearth the subtle nuances of unusual living arrangements and the profound implications of secrets held close, setting the stage for a dramatic revealing of the Holmesian family's unique intellectual legacy. The first story demanding our attention, The resident patient plunges us headfirst into a world where an ostensibly generous arrangement masks a festering undercurrent of fear and manipulation. Dr. Percy Trevelyan, a young, ambitious, but struggling medical practitioner, finds himself the recipient of an extraordinary offer from a wealthy benefactor named Blessington. Blessington, suffering from a peculiar nervous condition, proposes to finance Trevelyan's practice entirely, providing him with a lavish home and a guaranteed income, all in exchange for merely residing on the premises as a resident patient and offering his medical services solely to Blessington himself. On the surface, it appears to be a dream come true for Trevelyan, a shortcut to success that bypasses years of arduous struggle. Yet, beneath this veneer of benevolence, a chilling paranoia takes root. Blessington begins to exhibit signs of extreme anxiety, convinced that intruders are entering his room at night, leaving subtle traces behind. The lock on his door, previously secure, shows signs of tampering, his meticulously placed coins are disturbed. This escalating fear, combined with Blessington's refusal to involve the police, draws Sherlock Holmes into a case that hinges on understanding the deep-seated psychological trauma of a man haunted by his past. To conceptually grasp the paranoia exhibited by Blessington, we must understand it as a manifestation of unresolved guilt and the expectation of retribution. Blessington isn't merely fearful of anonymous burglars, he is terrified of specific individuals returning to exact their revenge for a past transgression. His nervous condition is, in reality, a metaphor for the burden of his conscience, a constant reminder of the diamond robbery he orchestrated years ago with his accomplices, two of whom he betrayed, leading to their imprisonment. The intrusions he perceives are not random acts of thievery but rather the symbolic, and then literal, re-emergence of his past sins, personified by the very men he wronged. His unusual living arrangement with Dr. Trevelyan, offering financial security in exchange for proximity, can be seen as a desperate, almost superstitious, attempt to buy protection or perhaps even absolution, believing that a respectable doctor's presence might deter the specters of his former life. A real-world practical example of such an arrangement, though rarely so dramatic, might be observed in certain co-living spaces or professional partnerships where one party holds significant financial leverage over another, creating an implicit power dynamic. Imagine a struggling artist who accepts a full scholarship and studio space from a reclusive patron, only to find the patron makes increasingly peculiar demands, always requiring the artist's presence, demanding irregular hours of conversation, or exhibiting strange anxieties about their own succor. This introduction is a momentous occasion in the Holmesian canon, as it broadens our understanding of the Holmes family's unique genetic inheritance and provides a crucial counterpoint to Sherlock's own active, often theatrical, investigative style. Mycroft is presented as a man of extraordinary intellectual gifts, possessing powers of observation and deduction that Sherlock himself admits are superior. Yet, despite this formidable brain power, Mycroft is remarkably sedentary, preferring the quiet confines of the Diogenes Club to the muddy streets of London. His existence is one of profound mental activity and almost complete physical inactivity, a fascinating paradox that challenges our conventional notions of heroism and problem-solving. Conceptually, Mycroft Holmes represents the pinnacle of pure, unadulterated intellectualism, untainted by the need for external validation or the impulse for physical action. He embodies the idea that genius can exist in myriad forms, not all of which are overtly dynamic or dramatic. Sherlock describes Mycroft as possessing a faculty for synoptic vision, and a power of a concentration and analysis which are, I am bound to say, greater than my own. This synoptic vision allows him to grasp the entirety of a problem, seeing connections and implications that even Sherlock might miss, purely through mental exertion. His role, as revealed by Sherlock, is even more significant. He is the unofficial fixed point of the British government, a human repository of information and a living supercomputer, solving complex problems of national importance from the comfort of his armchair. He is the ultimate armchair detective, not out of laziness in a moral sense, but because his brain works best in a state of calm, uninterrupted contemplation. A real-world practical example, albeit one requiring a leap of imagination, could be found in the realm of highly specialized strategic analysis or complex data interpretation. Imagine a team of cybersecurity experts working to prevent a global attack. While some are on the ground, tracing digital footprints and interviewing informants, there might be a central figure, isolated in a secure room, whose primary role is to synthesize vast quantities of disparate information, threat intelligence reports, network traffic data, geopolitical analyses, and identify patterns, predict future moves, and devise overarching strategies. This individual might not write a single line of code or confront a single hacker directly, but their ability to connect seemingly unrelated dots and foresee consequences could be the most critical component of the entire operation. Mycroft operates on a grander scale, but the principle is the same: immense intellectual horsepower applied to the synthesis and interpretation of information, without the need for direct physical engagement. He is the ultimate strategist, the grand chess master observing the entire board from above. Why Mycroft's introduction matters is deeply significant for several reasons. Firstly, it provides a crucial context for Sherlock's own brilliance. By presenting an even more intellectually gifted brother, Conan Doyle subtly reinforces the idea that Sherlock's unique combination of mental agility and physical dynamism is what truly makes him effective as a consulting detective. Mycroft might be smarter, but his lack of motivation for action prevents him from becoming a practical solver of everyday crimes. This contrast highlights that intelligence alone is not enough. It must be coupled with purpose, drive, and the willingness to engage with the world. Secondly, Mycroft offers a fascinating commentary on the nature of power and influence. He wields immense, largely unseen, power within the British government, proving that true influence does not always reside in public office or visible authority, but often in the quiet corridors of intellectual prowess. His existence challenges us to recognize and value different forms of contribution, reminding us that the greatest minds might not always be the most outwardal. It highlights the often overlooked network of information and intelligence that operates beneath the surface of official channels. Having now thoroughly dissected both the resident patient and the Greek interpreter, we arrive at a truly fascinating point of comparison: the distinct deductive methods employed by Sherlock Holmes versus those of his elder brother, Mycroft. While both possess minds of staggering power, their approaches to problem-solving are fundamentally divergent, reflecting their unique personalities and chosen lifestyles. Sherlock's deductive method is characterized by active engagement, meticulous observation, and a relentless pursuit of empirical evidence in the field. He thrives on movement, on examining physical clues with his magnifying glass, interviewing witnesses, performing chemical analyses, and often physically placing himself within the crime scene, immersing himself in the environment. His deductions are built upon a foundation of tangible facts, meticulously gathered and then painstakingly pieced together. Sherlock believes in the principle of elimination, stating that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. His process is iterative and dynamic. He uses initial observations to form hypotheses, then seeks further evidence to confirm or refute them, constantly refining his understanding through direct interaction with the world. He is a detective of action, his mind working in tandem with his physical senses, constantly seeking new data inputs from the outside world. A real-world practical example of Sherlock's method could be a forensic anthropologist investigating a cold case. They would meticulously examine skeletal remains, noting every fracture, every scrape, every detail that suggests the individual's life and death. They would analyze soil samples, insect activity, and botanical evidence from the burial site. They would study old police reports, interview surviving family members, and pore over historical climate data for the region. Their process is hands-on, multidisciplinary, and driven by direct observation and interaction with the physical evidence. They don't just sit back and think, they actively seek out, collect, and process every possible piece of information available, building a comprehensive picture from the ground up, verifying each step with tangible proof. Mycroft, in stark contrast, operates on a purely cerebral plane. His deductions are the product of immense synthetic power, often based on abstract information, reports, and statistical data rather than direct physical observation. He rarely leaves the Diogenes Club, his office for governmental affairs. Sherlock explicitly states that Mycroft lacks the energy and initiative for practical investigation. If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother Mycroft would be the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. Mycroft's method involves absorbing vast quantities of information, processing it through his superior intellect, and then deriving conclusions with an almost instantaneous intuition that transcends mere logic, bordering on prophetic insight. He sees the larger picture without needing to examine the individual brush strokes. His strength lies in his ability to synthesize disparate facts into a coherent, often surprising, whole, making connections that others, even Sherlock, might overlook due to their focus on specific details. For a real-world practical example of Mycroft's method, consider a top-tier geopolitical strategist or an algorithmic trader. Such individuals often make critical decisions based on analyzing vast data sets, economic indicators, intelligence reports, social media trends, historical precedents, and political statements. They don't personally visit every country, interview every leader, or observe every market transaction. Instead, they digest complex reports, identify overarching patterns, extrapolate trends, and predict outcomes with remarkable accuracy, all from a central command CE. This exercise trains your brain to think broadly, to identify hidden relationships, and to see how seemingly disparate elements contribute to a larger system. Mycroft excels at this type of grand synthesis, seeing the forest and the trees simultaneously, even if the trees are scattered across continents. By practicing this, you develop a synoptic vision that looks beyond the obvious. Our third exercise, drawing from the human element in both cases, is the unspoken message. For a day, make a conscious effort to pay attention not just to what people say, but how they say it, and what they don't say. Observe their body language, their posture, gestures, facial expressions, eye contact. Listen for variations in tone, hesitations, or changes in speech patterns. Consider the context of their words versus their nonverbal cues. Does their posture convey confidence while their eyes dart around nervously? Does their tone sound cheerful while their words are dismissive? Try to deduce the underlying emotion or the true intent behind the superficial message. This is particularly relevant to Blessington's hidden paranoia and Maylaz's subtle communication with Cratides. Understanding the unspoken allows you to penetrate superficial appearances and grasp deeper truths, offering insights into human motivation and psychological states, which were central to understanding the complexities in both the resident patient and the Greek interpreter. By regularly engaging in these mental exercises, you're not just passively listening to the tales of Sherlock and Mycroft, you're actively cultivating the very skills that make them such formidable intellects. You're learning to observe with purpose, to connect with insight, and to understand with empathy. These are skills that transcend the pages of a book, proving invaluable in navigating the complexities of your own life and the intricate mysteries of the world around you. As we conclude this profound chapter, we leave you with the enduring images of Blessington's haunted eyes, Maylaz's courageous whispers, Sherlock's active pursuit of truth, and Mycroft's quiet, yet immense, intellectual power. These stories, The Resident Patient and The Greek Interpreter, are more than just thrilling detective tales, they are profound studies of character, consequence, and the multifaceted nature of human brilliance. They remind us that the greatest mysteries are often found not in grand conspiracies, but in the subtle nuances of human interaction and the silent battles fought within the confines of the mind. Our journey through the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes continues, promising even more intricate puzzles and deeper insights into the human condition. Join us next time as we unravel further enigmas with the incomparable Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 8: The Missing Treaty, the Naval Treaty. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, where we delve deeper into the intricate workings of the world's most formidable mind. Today, we embark on a journey into a realm where the fate of nations can hinge on a single sheet of paper, where the quiet corridors of power hide secrets more volatile than any explosive, and where personal reputation and national security intertwine in a delicate dance of deception and revelation. We are navigating high-stakes political espionage and recovery, a thrilling expedition into the heart of Chapter 8, The Missing Treaty, the Naval Treaty. This is a tale that not only showcases Holmes's unparalleled deductive prowess but also reveals his profound understanding of human nature, its frailties, and its surprising resilience. It's a story woven with threads of betrayal, loyalty, desperation, and ultimately, redemption, all against the backdrop of an impending international crisis. Our initial setting introduces us to the unfortunate Percy Phelps and the stolen secret document. Percy Phelps is a young, promising Foreign Office clerk, entrusted with a highly sensitive international agreement, the Anglo-Italian Naval Treaty. He's presented as a man on the cusp of a brilliant career, brimming with ambition and a seemingly impeccable character. The theft occurs under highly peculiar circumstances. Percy is working late, alone, to copy the treaty when he steps out for a moment to greet his old school friend, Joseph Harrison, who happens to be passing by. Upon his return, the treaty is gone. Percy, overwhelmed by the enormity of the loss and the potential ruin of his career and reputation, collapses into a severe nervous fever, leaving him bedridden and unable to assist in the investigation. Conceptually, this paints a vivid picture of vulnerability within systems of high security. Even with protocols in place, the human element, trust, distraction, personal relationships, can introduce unforeseen weaknesses. The narrative highlights that the most secure environments often face internal threats as much as, if not more than, external ones. It's not about a brute force break-in, it's about a moment of lapse, a subtle exploitation of an established routine or a personal connection. The treaty isn't stolen by a master spy infiltrating a fortress, it's taken from a relatively benign office setting by someone Percy knows, or at least, by someone exploiting a moment of his vulnerability. The trust placed in Percy is immense, and the breakdown of that trust, or the perception of it, is what truly sets the stage for the dramatic unfolding. A real-world practical example of this phenomenon could be the insider threat in modern cybersecurity. Imagine a highly skilled network administrator, entrusted with access to critical infrastructure systems. This individual, under immense pressure or perhaps disgruntled, intentionally or unintentionally leaves a backdoor open, shares a password, or falls for a sophisticated phishing scam that grants an unauthorized party access. The theft of data, in this case, isn't from an external hack through firewalls but through the compromised credentials or actions of someone inside the system. Or consider a pharmaceutical company developing a groundbreaking new drug. The formula, stored in a secure lab, could be copied by a trusted research assistant who is secretly working for a competitor, simply by staying late and using their authorized access. The initial theft isn't flashy, it's an almost mundane misuse of privilege, a quiet betrayal that has catastrophic potential. This highlights that the most effective security measures often need to consider the human factor, including the potential for error, carelessness, or malicious intent, from within the trusted circle. Why it matters is multifaceted. For Percy Phelps, it matters because his entire future, his honor, and his mental stability are utterly shattered by the perceived failure. His illness is not just physical, it's a psychosomatic response to extreme guilt and anxiety. The loss of the Watson, unaware of the full scope of Holmes's suspicions, finds this period of inaction agonizingly dull. Holmes, however, knows exactly what he's doing. His patience is rewarded when, in the dead of night, the culprit finally makes their move. The dramatic climax occurs when Holmes bursts into Percy's room, not to confront an external intruder, but to surprise a familiar face retrieving the treaty from its hiding place. The document, remarkably, was never truly out of the house. It was hidden, all this time, directly under Percy's own bed. Conceptually, this demonstrates Holmes's profound understanding of criminal psychology and the power of observation combined with calculated inaction. He doesn't chase after red herrings or suspects initially. Instead, he creates a controlled environment, a psychological trap. By seemingly removing the immediate pressure and the presence of investigators, he allows the culprit to feel a false sense of security, believing the coast is clear to retrieve their prize. The genius lies in realizing that if the document wasn't found outside the house despite intensive searches, it must still be inside. And if it's inside, and Percy is truly innocent, which Holmes comes to believe, then the thief must be someone with unfettered access, someone who could hide it in plain sight and wait for the opportune moment to smuggle it out. The choice of the hiding spot, under the bed of the very person framed for the crime, is a stroke of audacious brilliance by the culprit, exploiting the victim's incapacitation as a perfect cover. A real-world practical example of the stakeout technique and the hidden-in-plain-sight recovery can be seen in counterintelligence operations. Imagine an intelligence agency monitoring a suspected double agent within its own ranks. Rather than immediately confronting the suspect, they might allow the agent to continue their activities, perhaps even feeding them controlled misinformation, while meticulously observing their communications and movements. This patient surveillance allows the agency to identify the full network of collaborators, the methods of communication, and the true extent of the damage. The recovery might not be a physical document but the dismantling of an entire spy ring, or the interception of crucial data as it's being transmitted. the hidden in plain sight element could manifest as valuable intelligence being stored in a seemingly innocuous file on a standard computer, or a coded message embedded within an everyday social media post, waiting for the right moment or recipient. It's about creating a scenario where the perpetrator, feeling unobserved, reveals their hand, confirming suspicions, and leading to a definitive resolution. This careful, protracted observation allows for a more comprehensive understanding of the situation and a more effective resolution than a hasty intervention. Why it matters here is multifaceted. Firstly, it highlights the importance of strategic patience in problem solving. Holmes could have wasted precious time and resources pursuing external leads, but his unique insight guided him to focus on the immediate environment and the psychology of the perpetrator. His inaction was a powerful form of action, an engineered void designed to draw out the truth. Secondly, the revelation of the hiding spot, under Percy's bed, is a shocking twist that vindicates Percy Phelps entirely. It shifts the blame from the innocent victim to the true culprit, restoring Percy's honor and reputation. This is not just about solving a crime, it's about repairing a life shattered by false accusation and suspicion. Thirdly, it underscores the audacity and cunning of criminals, who often choose the most unexpected yet logical places for their nefarious activities. The under-the-bed trope, while classic, remains effective because it subverts expectations. Investigators often look for elaborate secret compartments, not simple, direct concealment right under the nose of the victim. This recovery is a triumph of Holmes's method, careful observe. Amidst the intense drama and intellectual exercise of the case, Holmes often pauses to offer profound, sometimes seemingly tangential, observations about life, education, and the universe. In The Naval Treaty, he expresses a rather cynical view of schools, seeing them as places that stifle individuality and force knowledge into young minds rather than encouraging natural curiosity and independent thought. He contrasts this with his appreciation for the simple beauty of a flower, finding more intellectual stimulation and natural wisdom in observing its organic complexity than in the rigid structures of formal education. Furthermore, he touches upon the concept of providence, suggesting a belief in a guiding force or an inherent order to the universe, where justice, or at least a certain balance, tends to prevail, even if sometimes through seemingly random events or the intervention of extraordinary minds like his own. Conceptually, Holmes's critique of schools reflects a broader philosophical stance against conventional conformity and for the cultivation of individual thought. He champions empirical observation and inductive reasoning over rote memorization and dogma. His admiration for flowers speaks to his deep respect for the natural world as a source of truth and complex patterns, a textbook far richer than any man-made curriculum. His musings on providence suggest a recognition of forces beyond immediate human control, hinting at an underlying cosmic justice or order that occasionally aligns circumstances in peculiar ways, allowing truth to surface. These aren't just idle thoughts, they form part of his worldview, influencing his approach to detection. He sees patterns in chaos, connections in disparate facts, much like a botanist examining the intricate structure of a petal or a philosopher pondering the unfolding of fate. A real-world practical example of Holmes's educational philosophy can be found in modern alternative education movements, like homeschooling, or unschooling, which prioritize self-directed learning, exploration of individual interests, and real-world experience over structured classroom environments. Think of figures like Elon Musk, who famously struggled with traditional schooling but excelled through voracious self-study and hands-on experimentation. His learning was driven by curiosity, not curriculum. Regarding flowers, consider the field of biomimicry, where scientists and engineers study natural designs, like the structure of a lotus leaf for self-cleaning surfaces or the strong yet lightweight design of bird bones, to inspire innovative solutions to human problems. This mirrors Holmes's view that nature offers profound lessons if one simply observes it carefully. As for providence, one might consider the serendipitous breakthroughs in scientific discovery, where an accidental observation leads to a revolutionary insight, or the surprising ways in which justice sometimes prevails in seemingly impossible cases through unforeseen evidence or a sudden confession, often attributed to luck or fate. This isn't about blind faith, but an acknowledgement that sometimes, circumstances align in ways that defy simple explanation, pushing events towards a resolution. Why it matters is crucial for a complete understanding of Holmes's character and his enduring appeal. Firstly, his views on education provide insight into his own genius, a self-taught, self-mastered intellect that values direct experience and observation above all else. It challenges listeners to question conventional wisdom and to seek knowledge actively, independently, and critically, rather than passively receiving it. His appreciation for flowers humanizes him, revealing a capacity for aesthetic wonder and a deep connection to the organic world, contrasting with his analytical, often clinical, persona. It shows that even the most logical minds can find solace and inspiration in simple beauty. His contemplation of providence adds a layer of spiritual or metaphysical depth to his character, suggesting that while he relies on logic, choose a minor, non-urgent problem or decision you face in your daily life, perhaps organizing a cluttered drawer, responding to a non-critical email, or planning a simple task. Instead of immediately tackling it, consciously decide to delay action for a specific, short period, example 1 hour, or until the next morning. During this delay, simply observe the situation. Does a new perspective emerge? Do new resources become available? Does the problem resolve itself, or does a clearer, more efficient solution present itself without direct effort? This isn't about procrastination, but about allowing time for reflection and for conditions to evolve. Holmes understands that sometimes, the most effective action is to patiently wait for the opportune moment, allowing circumstances to ripen and reveal their secrets naturally. This cultivates the discipline of patience and the strategic understanding that not all problems require immediate, overt intervention. These exercises, born from the spirit of the naval treaty, invite you to become a more active participant in the art of deduction. By practicing observation, reasoning, psychological insight, and strategic patience, you can begin to see the world with a sharper, more discerning eye, much like the great Sherlock Holmes himself. As we conclude our deep dive into the naval treaty, we leave Percy Phelps restored to health and honor, the nation's security reaffirmed, and the ingenious mind of Holmes further illuminated. It is a testament to the fact that even in the most secure fortresses, human frailties can create vulnerabilities, but also that extraordinary intellect, combined with unwavering patience and profound empathy, can untangle the most complex webs of deceit. This chapter, far from being a mere crime story, is a rich tapestry woven with lessons about responsibility, perception, and the enduring power of truth. Thank you for joining me on this exploration, and I look forward to our next journey into the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 9, The Napoleon of Crime, The Final Problem. Welcome, dear listeners, to a pivotal moment in the annals of literary history, a chapter that forever altered the landscape of detective fiction and etched itself into the collective consciousness as perhaps the most breathtaking and audacious conclusion ever penned. We arrive now at Chapter 9, The Napoleon of Crime, The Final Problem, a title that alone signals an impending cataclysm, a grand design reaching its inevitable, climactic confrontation. This is not merely a story of deduction, it is a battle for the very soul of order against the encroaching shadow of chaos, a final, desperate struggle waged on the precipice of destiny. Prepare yourselves, for what unfolds is a testament to the ultimate test of intellect, the highest stakes imaginable, and the profound, enduring legacy of a struggle between two titans. Our journey begins with the grand introduction of Professor James Moriarty, a character whose very name sends shivers down the spines of even the most hardened literary enthusiasts. He is presented not merely as a criminal, but as the intellectual equal, the true arch-nemesis, to Sherlock Holmes. Conceptually, Moriarty embodies the mirror image of Holmes's brilliance, but twisted and perverted for nefarious ends. He is described as a man of extraordinary intellect, a former university professor of mathematics with a genius so profound it borders on the unsettling. Doyle meticulously crafts Moriarty as a master schemer, not a common thug, but the organizational brain behind a vast, intricate network of crime. He doesn't commit the robberies himself, he orchestrates them, pulling strings from the shadows, making him almost untouchable. Holmes himself refers to Moriarty as the Napoleon of crime, a descriptor that immediately elevates him above ordinary villainy, painting him as a strategic genius with an empire built on illicit activities, an entire criminal organization at his beck and call, operating with chilling precision and ruthless efficiency. This portrayal establishes him as the one opponent capable of truly challenging Holmes, pushing him to his absolute limits, not just physically but intellectually and morally. The idea is that for Holmes to truly shine, he requires an adversary of equal or greater mental capacity, someone whose cunning matches his own, making every encounter a chess match of the highest order. A real-world practical example of such an adversary might be found in complex cybercrime syndicates or sophisticated organized crime groups operating today. Consider a highly skilled, anonymous hacker or a consortium of digital thieves who don't directly execute the phishing scams or the data breaches themselves, but rather design the algorithms, develop the malware, identify the vulnerabilities, and manage the vast network of individuals who carry out the actual illicit activities. They operate from a layer of abstraction, far removed from the direct consequences, making them incredibly difficult to trace, let alone apprehend. Their genius lies in their foresight, their ability to anticipate countermeasures, and their capacity to adapt and innovate, much like a criminal entrepreneur who builds a global empire through careful planning and strategic delegation, maintaining a veneer of respectability while orchestrating chaos. They use their immense intelligence to exploit systemic weaknesses, leveraging their expertise to maximize their illicit gains, ensuring that their fingerprints are never directly on the crime scene, only on the grand, intricate design. Why does this matter? The introduction of Moriarty is paramount because it elevates the stakes for Sherlock Holmes to an unprecedented level. Before Moriarty, Holmes largely dealt with individual cases, discrete mysteries, and localized acts of villainy. With Moriarty, he confronts a systemic evil, a pervasive force that threatens the very fabric of society. This isn't just about solving a crime, it's about dismantling an empire, a fight for the soul of London, and indeed, the world. Moriarty's existence provides a narrative device. Every train station, every hotel, every corner of the European continent becomes a potential trap or a fleeting sanctuary. Moriarty's agents are portrayed as omnipresent, their net tightening, creating an atmosphere of suffocating suspense. The narrative emphasizes the exhaustion, the mental strain, and the sheer ingenuity required to stay one step ahead of a global criminal enterprise with seemingly limitless resources and reach. Holmes's ability to anticipate Moriarty's moves, to think several steps ahead, is crucial here, as is Watson's steadfast loyalty and surprisingly agile participation, providing both emotional grounding and practical assistance during this harrowing ordeal. For a real-world practical example, imagine a high-value whistleblower or a defecting intelligence operative, possessing information so sensitive that multiple powerful entities, whether state intelligence agencies, corporate giants, or international crime cartels, are actively hunting them. This individual, perhaps with a handler, must navigate a complex web of international travel, using false identities, switching modes of transport at a moment's notice, avoiding surveillance cameras, and relying on pre-arranged safe houses and clandestine contacts. Every passport check becomes a potential trap, every phone call a risk of interception. They might employ counter-surveillance techniques, deliberately leaving false trails, or using unexpected routes to throw off their pursuers. The sheer psychological pressure of knowing that trained professionals are constantly closing in, that a single mistake could mean capture or worse, creates a pervasive sense of urgency and danger. This is not about brute force, it's about wit, deception, and meticulous planning, mirroring the sophisticated game of cat and mouse played out by Holmes and Moriarty across the continent, where survival hinges on outthinking and outmaneuvering an invisible but omnipresent enemy. Why does this matter? This European chase sequence is crucial because it vividly illustrates the sheer scope and danger of Moriarty's network, solidifying his status as a truly global threat. It's no longer just an intellectual exercise in London, it's a life-or-death struggle spanning nations, demonstrating that Moriarty's influence extends far beyond the familiar foggy streets of Baker Street. It also serves to heighten the narrative tension dramatically, making the stakes incredibly personal for both Holmes and Watson. The chase strips away the comfort of their home base, forcing them into a raw, primal fight for survival, revealing a more vulnerable, yet still brilliant, side of Holmes. This ordeal underscores Holmes's extraordinary dedication to justice, his willingness to sacrifice his own comfort and safety, and even his life, to rid the world of a great evil. It builds an escalating sense of dread and inevitability towards the final confrontation, establishing that this isn't just another case, but the culmination of Holmes's career, a final, defining act. The chase is not merely filler, it's a necessary escalation, a dramatic journey that prepares the reader for the ultimate, unavoidable collision, making the eventual showdown all the more impactful and earned. It highlights the strategic brilliance of Holmes even when on the defensive, showing his active mind constantly at work, processing threats, and planning escapes with incredible speed. The climax of this relentless pursuit brings us to the breathtaking, terrifying beauty of the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, the chosen stage for the final meeting between the detective and his arch-nemesis. This is where their fates, intertwined by genius and destiny, converge in a moment of unparalleled drama. Conceptually, the Reichenbach Falls serves as a perfect theatrical backdrop for this ultimate confrontation. Its immense, roaring cascade symbolizes the raw power and destructive forces at play, mirroring the intensity of the struggle between Holmes and Moriarty. The precipice, the sheer drop into the churning waters below, represents the abyss. Watson's perspective is crucial here, as the faithful chronicler, his despair and grief are palpable, making the loss feel acutely real for the reader. The absence of bodies, only the churning abyss, leaves a haunting ambiguity. This isn't just a simple death, it's a disappearance, shrouded in the mists of the falls, turning Holmes into a legend rather than merely a casualty. The note acts as both a confession and a farewell, solidifying the idea that Holmes made a conscious choice, a noble sacrifice, rather than merely falling victim to circumstance. It closes a chapter with a resounding, tragic finality, leaving Watson and the reader bereft, believing the game was, truly, at an end. For a real-world practical example, consider the last testament or final communication from a historical figure who undertook a dangerous, possibly suicidal, mission for a greater cause, knowing they might not return. Think of a daring explorer leaving a final log entry before venturing into an uncharted, perilous territory from which they are never seen again, or a resistance fighter leaving a coded message for their comrades before undertaking a mission with near-zero survival odds. The communication isn't just an informational update, it's deeply personal, expressing their resolve, their motivations, and perhaps their hopes for those they leave behind. The discovery of such a message, particularly by a close friend or confidant, would evoke immense sorrow and respect for the sacrifice made. The physical evidence of their disappearance, an abandoned camp, a single artifact, or a note clutched in a cold hand would serve as a powerful, tangible reminder of their ultimate act, leaving behind a legacy of heroism tinged with profound loss. It's the profound sadness of knowing someone you deeply admire has made a conscious choice to walk into danger for a principle, accepting the inevitable outcome, and leaving you with only their last words. Why does this matter? Watson's discovery of the farewell note and the apparent death of both men is arguably the most significant narrative shock in all of Holmesian literature. Firstly, it creates an unparalleled sense of emotional devastation for Watson and, by extension, for the reader. The loss of Holmes feels profound and absolute, cementing his iconic status through his sacrificial end. Secondly, this apparent death was a monumental gamble by Arthur Conan Doyle, intended to free him from the character he felt overshadowed his other literary pursuits. It sparked a massive public outcry, demonstrating the immense popularity and emotional connection readers had with Sherlock Holmes. This public reaction itself became a historical phenomenon, illustrating the power of a fictional character to capture the public's imagination to an unprecedented degree. More importantly, it solidified the myth of Holmes. His death at Reichenbach Falls isn't just an end, it's the genesis of his legend, creating a narrative space for his eventual, celebrated return. It imbues his character with an almost mythic quality, a hero who transcends even death for the sake of justice. This dramatic conclusion reshaped the expectations for character arcs in popular fiction, proving that even beloved heroes could be killed off with devastating impact, and that such an act could ironically elevate their legend rather than diminish it. It demonstrated the profound symbiotic relationship between author, character, and audience, proving that the stories we tell can have a life far beyond the page, impacting readers in deeply personal ways. We have delved deeply into the mechanics and implications of the final problem, but to truly grasp its enduring power, it's beneficial to consider some common mistakes or misinterpretations that readers might encounter when engaging with this pivotal chapter. Understanding these pitfalls can enhance our appreciation of Doyle's craft and the story's multifaceted impact. One common mistake is to view Moriarty as simply another criminal, perhaps a very clever one, but ultimately just a particular. How would the constant tension and uncertainty affect your perception of time and distance? This exercise encourages active reading, prompting you to analyze the environment and the psychological toll of being relentlessly hunted, pushing you beyond passive consumption of the plot. Second, consider an alternate ending. What if Holmes had chosen a different path? What if, instead of confronting Moriarty directly at Reichenbach, he had attempted a different strategy, perhaps a meticulously planned ambush with Scotland Yard, or a scheme to turn Moriarty's own agents against him? How would that have changed the philosophical implications of their struggle? Would Holmes's character have retained the same legendary status without the ultimate sacrifice? This exercise forces you to critically evaluate the narrative choices, understanding why Doyle chose this specific, dramatic resolution and what it signifies about Holmes's character and the nature of good and evil as depicted in the story. It helps you understand the weight of the final problem and why its solution had to be so absolute. Third, after reading Holmes's farewell note, spend a moment reflecting on its implications for Watson. How would this note, this final communication from his closest friend, shape Watson's remaining life? How would he grapple with the burden of knowing the truth, the secret sacrifice, while the world believed Holmes merely vanished? What specific emotions would dominate his daily thoughts, and how would he honor Holmes's legacy? This exercise delves into character empathy, prompting you to consider the profound psychological aftermath for the characters left behind, deepening your appreciation for the emotional depth embedded within the narrative. It emphasizes the human cost of the heroic sacrifice, not just for Holmes, but for those who loved and admired him. Finally, consider the broader cultural impact. If The Final Problem were published today, in our age of instant communication and social media, how do you think the public reaction to Holmes's death would manifest? Would there be online campaigns, fan theories, or widespread media coverage demanding his return? How might Doyle have managed or even leveraged such a reaction? This exercise connects the historical context of the story to contemporary phenomena, highlighting the enduring power of character and narrative to captivate audiences across different eras, and illustrating how some literary decisions transcend their time, continuing to resonate with new generations of readers and fans, demonstrating the universal appeal of great storytelling and compelling characters. As we conclude this deep dive into Chapter 9, The Napoleon of Crime, The Final Problem, we are left not with an ending, but with an enduring legacy. This chapter is a testament to the power of storytelling, the creation of characters so vibrant they transcend the page, and the profound impact of a narrative that dares to challenge its own conventions. It is a story of ultimate sacrifice, of intellectual warfare, and of the complex, often tragic, nature of heroism. Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty, locked in their eternal embrace at the edge of the Reichenbach Falls, remain a powerful symbol of the never-ending struggle between order and the shadows that seek to engulf it. Their final problem became a seminal moment in literary history, a moment that continues to fascinate, to challenge, and to remind us of the enduring genius of Arthur Conan Doyle. Thank you for joining me on this profound exploration. Chapter 10, The Science of Deduction, a 7-day action plan. Welcome, curious minds, to Chapter 10 of the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, The Science of Deduction, a 7-day action plan. 4 episodes, 4 stories, we've watched Sherlock Holmes unravel the most tangled enigmas with a mind that seemed almost supernatural. He saw what others merely looked at. He connected dots that others didn't even perceive. But what if I told you that his extraordinary methods aren't just for fictional detectives? What if the science of deduction, the very art of seeing the unseen and understanding the unsaid, is a skill you can cultivate, a habit you can build, a powerful tool to enhance your everyday life? This chapter isn't about memorizing Holmes's cases, it's about internalizing his mindset. It's a practical, actionable guide designed to translate the seemingly esoteric art of deduction into a concrete 7-day plan, transforming the theoretical into the tangible. We're going to embark on a journey together, a week-long expedition into the depths of your own observational and analytical capabilities. By the end of this chapter, you'll possess not just a deeper understanding of Holmes's brilliance, but a foundational framework to sharpen your own perceptions, refine your logical thinking, and ultimately, navigate the complexities of your world with greater clarity and insight. Are you ready to begin your own transformation? Let's unlock the inner detective within you. Day 1. The Art of Observation, Seeing versus Observing. Our journey begins where all great deductions start, with the eyes, but more importantly, with the mind behind them. Sherlock Holmes famously remarked, "You see, but you do not observe." This isn't merely a clever turn of phrase, it's a profound distinction that forms the bedrock of all true insight. Seeing is a passive act, an automatic registration of light and shadow, form, and color. It's what we do constantly, often without conscious thought, simply processing the sensory data that bombards us. Observing, however, is active. It is an intentional, focused engagement with the details, the nuances, the anomalies that often slip past our everyday glance. It's about not just noticing what's present, but actively seeking what's absent, questioning why things are as they appear, and recognizing the stories objects and environments tell. For a practical example this week, let's consider a common scenario: waiting for your coffee. Instead of merely staring at your phone or letting your mind drift, engage in active observation. Look at the barista. Do they consistently use their left hand or right hand for certain tasks? Are there subtle signs of fatigue or focus in their posture or facial expressions? Examine the counter. Are there smudges unique to certain areas? Are the sugar packets arranged meticulously or haphazardly? What about the person next to you? Not their face, which might feel intrusive, but their attire, the condition of their shoes, the contents of their bag, the way they hold their coffee cup. Are there specific brands they gravitate towards, perhaps indicating something about their lifestyle or preferences? Notice the small details: a stray thread on a jacket, a slight chip on a mug, the pattern of wear on the floor tiles near the entrance. These aren't random, they are data points, waiting to be connected. Why it matters: This intentional shift from seeing to observing fundamentally alters how you interact with your environment. It moves you from being a mere spectator to an active participant in understanding the world around you. When you observe actively, you begin to pick up on critical cues that others miss. In professional settings, this could mean noticing a subtle shift in a colleague's demeanor during a meeting, indicating their true feelings despite their words, or identifying a critical flaw in a product design that others overlooked. In personal relationships, it might mean recognizing a friend's unspoken stress, allowing you to offer timely support. This refined perception fosters empathy, improves problem-solving skills, and enhances your situational awareness. Holmes often spoke of his mind as an attic, a place where he stored information meticulously, discarding the useless and retaining only what was relevant. This isn't about having a photographic memory for every factoid. It's about intelligent information management. Your brain's capacity is finite, and just like a physical attic, if you fill it with junk, you won't have space for the treasures. This day is dedicated to consciously curating the knowledge you acquire, ensuring it's organized, accessible, and primed for deductive application. It involves recognizing patterns, understanding common principles across different domains, and actively seeking out information that expands your cognitive toolkit. For a practical example this week, consider a new topic or skill you're encountering, perhaps a report at work, a new hobby, or even a news story. Instead of passively reading or listening, ask yourself, what are the fundamental principles at play here? What are the key terms? How does this connect to something I already know? If you're learning about a new software feature, don't just follow the instructions, try to understand the underlying logic of its design. Why was it built this way? What problem does it solve? If you're reading about a historical event, don't just memorize dates, seek to understand the social, economic, and political forces that shaped it. Create mental categories or even physical notes to organize this information. For instance, if you encounter a new psychological concept, link it to related concepts you already understand. Example: cognitive bias connects to anchoring effect and confirmation bias. Actively seek out foundational knowledge in areas that pique your interest, be it psychology, history, basic physics, or even the anatomy of common objects. Why it matters: a well-curated mental attic provides the necessary raw material for deduction. Holmes didn't just observe, he observed in context. He knew that a particular type of clay on a boot meant a specific geological region, or a certain brand of tobacco indicated a particular social class, because he had previously stored that knowledge. When you consciously curate information, you build a robust internal database of facts, principles, and connections. This allows for faster, more accurate pattern recognition. Without a structured body of knowledge, observations remain isolated data points. With it, they become clues that fit into a larger picture. This process also enhances your learning efficiency and critical thinking. You move beyond rote memorization to truly understanding how different pieces of information relate and influence each other. It empowers you to make informed decisions, quickly grasp new concepts, and critically evaluate information, rather than simply accepting it at face value. A mind that organizes its knowledge is a mind that is always prepared for the next intellectual challenge. Day 3 to 4, Logical Fallacies, Eliminating the Impossible. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. This famous dictum from Holmes isn't just about finding the truth, it's profoundly about how we eliminate the impossible. Often, our reasoning is clouded by logical fallacies, errors in reasoning that undermine the validity of an argument, regardless of whether the conclusion itself is true. To deduce effectively, you must be able to identify and dismantle these flawed arguments, both in your own thinking and in the arguments presented by others. This 2-day focus allows for deeper exploration and practice. For a practical example during these 2 days, pay close attention to discussions, debates, news reports, or even advertisements. Actively listen or read, not just for the content, but for the structure of the arguments being presented. Can you spot instances of ad hominem attacks, where someone dismisses an argument by attacking the person making it, rather than addressing the argument itself? For example, you can't trust her economic policy ideas, she's never run a business. They can lead to confirmation bias, where we only seek out information that supports our existing beliefs, or to anchoring bias, where we rely too heavily on the first piece of information encountered. Emotional detachment allows you to approach problems with a clear head, free from the distortions of anger, fear, excitement, or personal loyalty. Mindfulness helps you become aware of these biases and emotional influences as they arise, giving you the power to consciously mitigate their impact. This leads to more balanced perspectives, more robust solutions, and a reduced likelihood of impulsive or regretted decisions. For Holmes, every clue was evaluated dispassionately, every hypothesis was tested against the cold, hard facts. By developing this capacity, you enhance your ability to see situations as they truly are, rather than as your emotions might wish them to be. It's about achieving a state of objective clarity, allowing the truth to emerge from the facts without the interference of your own internal landscape. This cultivated detachment is not indifference, it is intellectual integrity, a profound commitment to truth above all else. Common mistakes related to this chapter. Throughout this 7-day action plan, it's easy to stumble, and recognizing common pitfalls can help you navigate them more effectively. One frequent mistake is becoming overwhelmed by the sheer volume of details in observation. Beginners often try to notice everything at once, leading to mental fatigue and a scattered focus. The key here is gradualism. Start small. Pick 1 or 2 specific things to observe in a situation, rather than attempting a comprehensive scan. With practice, your capacity will naturally expand. Another common error, particularly in the realm of logical fallacies, is using the identification of fallacies as a weapon to win arguments rather than a tool for understanding and truth-seeking. The goal is not to shame others or prove superiority. It's to refine your own thinking and to gently guide discussions towards more logical ground. Using these insights aggressively can alienate others and shut down productive dialogue. Remember, the true detective seeks truth, not triumph for its own sake. Furthermore, when practicing emotional detachment, some might confuse it with apathy or suppression. This is not about becoming a robot or ignoring your feelings. It's about acknowledging your emotions, understanding their presence, but then consciously choosing not to let them dictate your rational processes. It's a mindful separation, not an emotional eradication. Attempting to suppress emotions entirely is often counterproductive and unhealthy. Finally, an over-reliance on initial deductions without seeking further evidence is a significant pitfall. Holmes always tested his hypotheses, even the most improbable ones, against new facts. Don't fall in love with your first conclusion. Be prepared to discard it if new information contradicts it. Intellectual humility and a willingness to be wrong are just as crucial as observational acuity. These 7 days are just the beginning of a lifelong journey. The science of deduction is not a switch you flip, it's a muscle you develop. Consistent practice, even in small doses, will yield remarkable improvements. Each day builds upon the last, gradually refining your perception, sharpening your intellect, and empowering you to see the world with the clarity and insight of a true master of deduction. Embrace the journey. Observe diligently. Reason logically. And always remember, the game is afoot. Conclusion: The Legacy of Sherlock Holmes. Welcome, dear listeners, to the concluding chapter of our deep dive into the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. We've journeyed through intricate cases, witnessed intellectual brilliance, and confronted the shadows of Victorian London. Now, as our immediate adventure with these particular memoirs draws to its close, it's time to reflect on the profound echoes they leave within us. This isn't merely an end, it is a moment for synthesis, for understanding the lasting imprint of a genius, and for recognizing the powerful, practical lessons we can extract from these pages and integrate into the tapestry of our own lives. Think of this as less of a farewell and more of an invitation to carry the spirit of detection, observation, and relentless curiosity forward into your personal and professional worlds. The impact of these tales extends far beyond their narrative confines, offering not just entertainment, but a robust framework for critical thinking and problem solving that is as relevant today as it was in Holmes's era. Let us now summarize the key themes that have interwoven themselves throughout the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, creating a rich tapestry of human experience and intellectual pursuit. 3 pillars stand particularly tall: friendship, logic, and justice. First, let's explore friendship, specifically the unique bond between Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson. Conceptually, their relationship transcends mere partnership, It is a symbiotic connection where each character elevates the other. Holmes provides the intellectual fireworks, the analytical prowess that often bewilders and occasionally exasperates, while Watson offers the grounded human perspective, the moral compass, and crucially, the narrative voice that makes Holmes accessible to us. Watson humanizes the detective, reminding us that even the most formidable intellect benefits from companionship, from a sounding board, from an unwavering belief in their capabilities. He is the loyal chronicler, the steady confidant, and the occasional emotional anchor in Holmes's often dispassionate world. Without Watson, Holmes would be a brilliant, albeit isolated, automaton. With Watson, he becomes a relatable, albeit extraordinary, figure. Their friendship isn't perfect, it has its moments of tension, its unspoken understandings, and its clear hierarchical dynamics, yet it is undeniably strong, enduring, and mutually beneficial, a true testament to the power of shared purpose and unwavering support. A real-world practical example of this theme manifests in any successful team or collaborative environment. Consider a startup with a visionary, perhaps eccentric, founder, the Holmes figure, and a pragmatic, detail-oriented co-founder or operations manager, the Watson figure. The visionary might have groundbreaking ideas but struggle with execution or interpersonal communication. The pragmatic partner translates those visions into actionable steps, manages the team, and ensures the company's day-to-day operations run smoothly. They complement each other's weaknesses and amplify each other's strengths. Imagine a tech company where one person is a brilliant coder but struggles with client presentations, while another excels at communication and understanding user needs but lacks deep technical expertise. When they work together, the coder builds the innovative product, and the communicator ensures it meets market demands and is effectively presented, leading to a far more successful outcome than either could achieve alone. This mirrors Holmes and Watson's dynamic precisely. Why does this matter? The theme of friendship underscores the fundamental human need for connection and collaboration. It teaches us that even the most gifted individuals cannot operate in a vacuum indefinitely. True friendship, especially one based on mutual respect and shared goals, provides essential emotional support, fresh perspectives, and a critical balance to our inherent biases. In a world that often celebrates individual achievement, Holmes and Watson remind us that some of the Gr. His method is rigorous: observation, hypothesis formation, testing, and refinement. He disregards sentiment, preconception, and popular opinion in favor of cold, hard facts. His celebrated deductions are, in essence, intricate inferences drawn from careful observation and a vast storehouse of knowledge, working backward from effect to cause with astonishing precision. It is the unwavering belief that truth, however obscured, can always be uncovered through rational thought and persistent effort, provided one follows the chain of reasoning without deviation. A real-world practical example of applying Holmesian logic can be found in diagnostic medicine or complex troubleshooting. Consider a doctor facing a patient with a rare combination of symptoms. Instead of jumping to the most common diagnosis, a skilled physician will meticulously gather every piece of data, patient history, lab results, imaging scans, and systematically eliminate possibilities. They'll look for patterns, consider less obvious causes, and construct a logical pathway to identify the underlying illness, much like Holmes sifting through fragmented evidence to reconstruct a crime. Similarly, an IT professional debugging a software error doesn't randomly try solutions. They analyze error logs, reproduce the issue, isolate variables, and methodically test hypotheses based on their understanding of the system's architecture, tracing the problem back to its root cause through a process of elimination and deduction. This systematic approach, rather than guesswork, yields effective solutions. Why does this matter? The emphasis on logic is a profound call to intellectual honesty and rigor. In an age saturated with misinformation and emotional appeals, Holmes's dedication to verifiable facts and reasoned arguments serves as a powerful antidote. It teaches us the invaluable skill of critical thinking, to question assumptions, to demand evidence, and to construct coherent arguments. Applying logic to our daily problems, whether personal decisions, professional challenges, or understanding complex societal issues, allows us to make more informed choices, avoid cognitive biases, and navigate uncertainty with greater clarity. It empowers us to move beyond superficial understanding and grasp the underlying mechanisms of events, fostering a deeper, more accurate perception of reality. It is the foundation for effective problem-solving and sound decision-making in every facet of life. Finally, we arrive at justice. Conceptually, justice in the world of Sherlock Holmes is often a complex, nuanced affair, not always aligned with the strict letter of the law. While Holmes often works within the legal system, his ultimate allegiance is to a higher, moral form of justice, ensuring that the truly culpable are brought to account and that the innocent are protected, even if it means bending rules or allowing a culprit to escape formal legal prosecution when a greater moral good is served. He is a moral arbiter as much as a detective, often passing judgment on the ethical dimension of a crime. He seeks not just to identify the perpetrator, but to unravel the full narrative of motive and circumstance, often revealing the gray areas that exist between absolute right and absolute wrong. His pursuit of truth is ultimately a pursuit of balance, restoring order where chaos has reigned, and often providing a sense of closure, if not always retribution, for the wronged. A real-world practical example of this moral dimension of justice can be seen in investigative journalism or advocacy work. An investigative journalist might uncover systemic corruption within an institution, not just identifying individual wrongdoers, but exposing the broader failures that allowed such injustice to flourish. Their goal isn't just to see arrests made, but to inform the public, advocate for policy changes, and ensure greater accountability. Similarly, an environmental activist might expose illegal pollution by a corporation, pushing not only for fines but for comprehensive cleanup and preventative aim. Now, let's transition to a call to action. I want to encourage each of you to apply the principles we've discussed, the very essence of Holmes's approach, into your daily lives through what we've called the 7-day action plan. Conceptually, this plan is designed to move you from passive listener to active participant, to translate theoretical understanding into practical application. It's about cultivating the Holmesian mindset, not to become a detective overnight, but to become a more observant, logical, and ethically grounded individual. It challenges you to deliberately engage with problems, situations, and interactions using a structured approach, forcing you to step outside your habitual patterns of thought and reaction. It's a structured exercise in intentionality, designed to build mental muscles for observation, deduction, and problem solving. A real-world practical example of this 7-day action plan in action could be applied to a seemingly mundane problem: organizing your cluttered workspace. Day 1. Observation. Instead of just sighing at the mess, spend 15 minutes meticulously observing it. What items are truly used? What accumulates? What are the bottlenecks? Note specific details: a stack of papers, loose pens, forgotten coffee cups. Day 2. Data collection. Categorize the clutter. Is it old mail? Unfinished tasks? Unnecessary items? Create a simple list. Day 3. Hypothesis. Formulate a theory about why the clutter accumulates. Is it a lack of storage? A habit of putting things down immediately? Overwhelm? Day 4. Deductive reasoning. Based on your data and hypothesis, deduce the most effective initial action. If it's old mail, deduce a system for immediate processing. If it's lack of storage, deduce where storage would be most effective. Day 5. Action and experimentation. Implement a small, targeted solution based on your deduction. For example, add a to-file tray or designate a specific spot for your coffee cup. Observe the immediate impact. Day 6. Refinement. Evaluate the effectiveness of your action. Did it work? What needs adjustment? What new observations have you made? Perhaps the tray is too small, or the cup still ends up elsewhere. Day 7. Long-term strategy. Based on your week of observation and experimentation, develop a sustainable routine or system to maintain order, integrating the successful elements and refining the less effective ones. This structured approach, moving from observation to action, can transform how you tackle any small or large problem. Why does this matter? Actively engaging with a 7-day action plan or similar structured exercises is crucial because it bridges the gap between knowledge and wisdom, between theory and practice. It cultivates habits of mind that are invaluable in any domain. It trains your brain to be more analytical, more resilient, and more proactive in the face of challenges. By deliberately practicing observation, logic, and ethical consideration, you not only improve your problem-solving capabilities but also enhance your self-awareness and your ability to navigate the complexities of life with greater confidence and effectiveness. It transforms you from a passive recipient of information into an active architect of your own solutions, fostering a profound sense of empowerment and intellectual agency. And now, for a delightful tease, a glimpse into the future that lies beyond these memoirs. While the Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes famously culminates in a dramatic confrontation at Reichenbach Falls, leading to what many believed was the definitive end of the world's greatest detective, we know, as discerning readers and listeners, that the story doesn't truly conclude there. Conceptually, this death was merely a strategic retreat, a narrative pause that allowed Holmes to undertake clandestine missions and, perhaps, to simply step away from the relentless demands of his public persona. It created a legend, a myth, and an unquenchable desire among readers for his return. The void left by his absence was too great, the demand for his unique genius too intense. It helps you understand deeper issues and avoid superficial solutions. Practice this mentally in conversations, news articles, or even your own thoughts. Exercise 4. The Hypothesis Generator. When faced with an ambiguous situation or a problem without an immediate solution, consciously brainstorm at least 3 plausible hypotheses. Don't immediately jump to the most obvious or emotionally appealing one. For each hypothesis, consider what evidence would support it, and what evidence would refute it. This structured thought process prevents confirmation bias, seeking only information that confirms what you already believe and encourages a more open, analytical approach. For instance, if a colleague seems unusually quiet, instead of assuming they are upset with you, consider other hypotheses. They're preoccupied with a personal matter, they're unwell, they're deeply focused on a task. Then, consider how you might subtly gather evidence to lean towards one hypothesis over another, without making assumptions. Exercise 5. The Empathy Deduction. While Holmes is often perceived as dispassionate, he often uses his understanding of human nature and motive to solve cases. This exercise is about deducing the likely emotional state or motivation of someone you interact with, based solely on their nonverbal cues. In a public setting, observe 2 people talking. Without hearing their words, what do their body language, facial expressions, and proximity tell you about their relationship or current emotional tenor? Are they comfortable? Stressed? Enthusiastic? Practice making educated guesses, and then, if appropriate and possible, verify your deductions. Example: if you know the people, you might later learn the context. This hones your emotional intelligence, a crucial, often overlooked, aspect of truly understanding a situation. These mental exercises, consistently applied, will gradually retrain your brain to operate with greater precision, clarity, and insight. They are your personal training regimen for cultivating a truly Holmesian mind, preparing you not just for the next thrilling case, but for the countless mysteries and challenges of everyday life. As we bring this chapter to a close, remember that the legacy of Sherlock Holmes is not merely a collection of stories, it is an enduring philosophy, an invitation to engage with the world more deeply, more intelligently, and more purposefully. The memoirs we have explored together are a masterclass in critical thinking, in the power of observation, in the strength of loyal friendship, and in the unwavering pursuit of justice. Though the narrative concludes with the poignant, breathtaking fall at Reichenbach, it sets the stage for a legend that could not be contained, a genius too vital to be extinguished. Carry these lessons forward, apply the 7-day action plan, integrate these mental exercises, and prepare yourself, dear listener, for the eventual, inevitable return of Sherlock Holmes, a return that will prove, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that some lights, once ignited, can never truly be put out. Until then, keep your wits sharp, your eyes open, and your mind ever keen. The game, as they say, is always afoot. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.